Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, selected with care, and adapted for quiet, sleep-friendly listening. Truth stays firm. The mood deepens. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Literary horror shaped from authentic accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I pulled off the road because the fuel gauge had dropped faster than it should have, the needle dipping past a quarter in a stretch of mountains where I knew better than to trust distance markers. The station wasn't marked on any map I used, just a dim rectangle of light pressed into the side of the road like it had been set there temporarily and forgotten. Gravel crunched under my tires and the engine ticked as it cooled, the sound carrying too far into the trees. I'd driven those Appalachian roads most of my life. I knew the turns, the blind dips, the places where fog collected like it had weight. I knew which pull-offs were safe and which ones weren't worth the risk after dark. This place didn't sit right, but the tank was low enough that I made the decision anyway. That's how it starts sometimes. Not with panic, just a small compromise. The air smelled like old gasoline and damp wood. One pump stood under a crooked metal awning, its digital display flickering between numbers like it couldn't hold a thought. The building behind it had a single window lit from inside, but the glass was cloudy, and I couldn't see movement through it. I stepped out and listened first. No insects, no wind pushing through leaves. Just the faint hum of the station's power source and something else I couldn't place. A low mechanical vibration that seemed to come from deeper in the woods. A man stood near the edge of the lot, just beyond the reach of the overhead light. I hadn't seen him when I pulled in. He was holding a rifle angled toward the ground, but not casually. His posture was tight, his attention fixed on the tree line, like he expected something to step out of it at any second. He didn't acknowledge me at first. I started pumping gas, keeping him in my peripheral vision. When he finally spoke, it was without looking over, his voice flat and controlled. He told me to keep the engine ready and not to linger. That alone would have been enough to make me leave. But I needed the fuel, and something in his tone wasn't about me. It was about timing. I asked him what he meant, and he gave a short answer. Something about people moving through the area who didn't belong. He said it like it was routine, like a weather warning. The station door opened behind me with a soft scrape. The attendant stepped out, an older man with a heavy coat, even though the night wasn't cold enough to justify it. His eyes moved quickly between me and the armed man, then toward the road I'd come from. He didn't greet me, he just stood there, watching. It was parked off to the side of the building, mostly hidden in shadow. Dark color, older model, windows blacked out. I hadn't heard it arrive. The engine was off, but the hood looked warm, faint heat distortion rising into the light. The armed man shifted his stance slightly, not toward me, toward that vehicle. He told me again, more firmly, to finish up and go. I replaced the nozzle and got back into my truck, but I didn't pull away right away. Habit made me check my mirrors, scan the road, take one more look at the lot. That's when I saw her. She came from the far side of the building, moving slowly, like she had all the time in the world. At first glance, she looked elderly, small frame, thin shoulders, wrapped in layers that hung loose on her. But something about the way she moved didn't match the impression. Her steps were too steady, too deliberate, no hesitation in the uneven gravel. She approached the passenger side of my truck and stopped just short of the door. I kept my hands on the wheel. She leaned slightly, trying to look in, her face coming into the edge of the dashboard light. Her skin had a stretched look to it, like it sat wrong over the structure beneath. Her eyes didn't focus on me directly. They moved, quick and searching, taking in the interior of the cab more than the person sitting in it. She raised a hand and tapped once on the window. I didn't roll it down. Behind her, I saw movement near the dark vehicle. 2 figures stepping out. Both keeping low, both watching the armed man more than anything else. The man with the rifle took a step forward and lifted it. not aiming but making the presence of it clear. His voice cut across the lot, sharper now. He told them to stop where they were. The woman didn't react to him. She tapped the window again, a little harder this time. I shook my head once. No. Her expression didn't change. It stayed fixed in that same loose arrangement, like a mask that didn't quite fit. Then she stepped back, slow, controlled, and turned her head just enough to look toward the others. That was the signal. They moved at the same time. Not toward the armed man, toward me. I started the engine immediately, the sound breaking the stillness in a way that felt too loud. Gravel spun under my tires as I shifted into drive, but one of them was already at the rear of the truck, another closing in on the driver's side. Something struck the bed, a dull metallic hit, not heavy enough to damage, but enough to tell me they were testing distance, timing. The armed man fired a shot into the ground between them. The sound cracked through the trees, echoing out and back again. They stopped, not startled, not scattered, just paused, long enough for me to pull forward and clear the lot. I didn't look back until I was already on the road, the station shrinking behind me. When I did, the lights were still on, the figures still there, but the arrangement had shifted. The woman stood closer to the building now, the others near the dark vehicle again. The armed man hadn't moved much at all. It looked less like a confrontation, and more like a routine interruption. I drove for several miles before I let myself slow down. The road curved tightly through the mountains, and I knew better than to push speed there at night. My hands stayed tight on the wheel longer than they should have. I told myself it was over. Just a strange stop. Wrong place, wrong time. But I didn't shake the feeling. I checked my mirrors more often than usual. The road behind me stayed empty for a long stretch. Just darkness and the occasional reflection of my own taillights on the guardrails. Then I saw headlights. Far back at first, barely visible around the curves. They stayed consistent, not gaining, not falling away, just there. I drove another 10 minutes like that, the distance between us unchanged. It wasn't enough to confirm anything, but it was enough to keep my attention locked behind me. When I finally reached a small turnout I knew, one with a clear line of sight in both directions, I made a quick decision. I pulled in, killed my lights, and waited. The headlights rounded the bend a minute later. Same dark shape, same low profile. It didn't slow as it passed the turnout. Didn't hesitate, just continued down the road like it had somewhere specific to be. I waited another minute before pulling back out. I told myself again, it was nothing. By the time I reached home, the roads were empty again. No headlights behind me. No signs of anything out of place. My partner was still awake, sitting at the kitchen table with a light on. The kind of quiet you only get in the mountains after midnight. I didn't go into detail at first, just said the station was off, that I wouldn't be stopping there again. She listened, the way she always does, picking up on the parts I wasn't saying outright. We checked the doors, the windows, routine things. I parked the truck where I always did, close to the side of the house, within view of the back window. The night settled in around us. Normal again. Crickets returned. Wind moved through the trees. The kind of sounds that usually meant everything was fine. I went to bed still thinking about the station, about the way the armed man had watched the tree line instead of the people approaching. I don't know how long I slept before the sound woke me. A dull shift. Metal against metal. Soft enough that it could have been nothing if I hadn't already been on edge. I stayed still and listened. There it was again. Closer this time. From the direction of the truck. I moved carefully, not turning on any lights, just stepping to the window and easing the curtain back enough to see. The truck sat where I'd left it, at first. Then I saw the shape at the passenger side, low, close to the door, another shape near the back. They weren't trying to break glass. They were working the handles, the seams, testing quietly, the same way they had at the station. My partner came up behind me, silent, already understanding from the way I was standing. We didn't speak. I reached for the phone and called the one neighbor close enough to matter, the one who kept a rifle by his door and answered even in the middle of the night. By the time I looked back out, the shapes had shifted again. One of them straightened slightly, head turning toward the house, toward the window I was standing at. I let the curtain fall. Lights came on next door. A minute later, a door opened. A voice carried across the distance, sharp and direct. The shapes disappeared. Not running, not scrambling, just gone like they had stepped back into the dark and become part of it. We checked the truck at first light. No damage, no forced entry, just faint marks near the handles, small scuffs along the seams where someone had tested the fit. I drove back out that way a few days later, during daylight, just to make sure the place existed the way I remembered it. The station was there. Same pump, same building, but it looked abandoned. No power, no attendant, no sign that anyone had been there recently. The gravel lot was undisturbed. No fresh tracks beyond my own. There was no parked vehicle, no footprints, and no indication that anyone had been watching the tree line for anything at all. I didn't stop that time. I kept driving, eyes forward, tank full. I still take those roads when I need to, but I don't stop unless I have to. And I don't ignore the feeling that something is already waiting when a place feels wrong, because whatever was moving through that area wasn't passing through by accident, and it knew how to follow without being seen. I left the main trail in the late afternoon because the map showed a faint spur that paralleled the creek, and I wanted the kind of quiet you only get when you stop hearing other people's boots. I've been hiking solo long enough to know what isolation feels like when it's clean, when it's earned, and that stretch had the right look. Hemlock shade, a narrow ribbon of water cutting through flat rock, and no recent trash or boot prints to suggest traffic. I stepped off onto damp ground and let the forest close behind me. The first thing that didn't sit right was the mud. It was soft along the creek's bend, dark and holding shape. I noticed it because I always do good places to cross, good places to see what's been through. Deer had been there, and something small had traced a line like a drag stick. Then there was a heel, crisp at the back edge, with a faint tread pattern that didn't belong to any animal. A person had stepped down, weight forward, then pushed off toward the water. The print was fresh enough that the rim still had a wet sheen. No leaf litter had settled in it. I stood over it longer than I should have. I don't expect to be alone in a national forest, but I expect to see signs that people move through it in predictable ways. This was off any marked path, down a bank that most hikers avoid, because it slows you and you end up backtracking. The track led to a flat stone at the edge of the creek, and then stopped where the rock took over. No scuffs on the stone, no exit on the far side. I told myself someone had stepped there to fill a bottle, or cool their feet, and then hopped to a different rock out of the mud where I couldn't see. It's the kind of explanation you learn to accept to keep moving. I followed the water upstream, keeping it on my right, stepping over slick roots, and ducking under limbs that bowed low over the bank. The light thinned to that green, underwater quality you get when the canopy is tight. The sound of the creek filled the spaces between my thoughts, steady enough to flatten out small noises. After a while, the ground opened into a clearing that felt accidental, like a tree had fallen years back and everything else had decided not to fill the gap. The creek widened there into a shallow pool, slow and reflective, with a pale seam of sand along the inside curve. I could see across without turning my head. She was already there. At first I thought she was part of the shape of the place, a shadow at the edge where the sand met the darker water. Then the line of her back resolved, the angle of shoulders, the bend at the waist. She sat on a flat rock that leaned into the pool, feet toward the water, hands in her lap. Her hair hung straight, dark against a lighter shirt. She didn't move. I stopped at the edge of the clearing and didn't step into it. I've learned that people in the woods fall into two groups, those who expect you and those who don't. You announce yourself for the second group so you don't startle them. I shifted my weight and made enough noise on the gravel to carry. No response. I moved one step forward, slow enough that my boot didn't crunch. The creek carried the sound away anyway. She stayed as she was, spine straight, head angled slightly down as if looking at the surface. The water was clear enough to show the stones under it, but from where she sat, all she would see was her own reflection, broken by the current. I took another step, then stopped again. There's a point where announcing yourself becomes intrusive if the person has chosen not to engage, and I felt that line without knowing why. Something about her posture suggested a kind of closed loop, like she had stepped out of the world around her and sealed it. I stayed where I was and watched. Time in places like that doesn't move cleanly. It stretches around details. A fly traced a slow arc over the water. A leaf detached upstream and slid along the surface until it caught against a rock and spun in place. The light shifted enough to make the pool look deeper than it was. She didn't react to any of it. I tried to pick out the small movements that give people away. Breathing, a change in muscle tension, the way someone adjusts to a cramp or a cold draft. There was nothing. Even from that distance, you can usually see a shoulder rise, a head tilt. She was still in a way that didn't match the rest of the clearing. I told myself she could be resting. People sit like that when they're tired enough to let their bodies lock in place. Or she could be listening to something I couldn't hear, focused on a sound in the water. I've done that too. Stared into a current until it fills your head and everything else drops out. I edged along the perimeter of the clearing, keeping trees between us. Not to hide, but to avoid approaching directly. The ground there was drier, scattered with pine needles that muffled my steps. From a different angle, I could see more of her face in profile. It was pale, the kind of pale that looks washed out under green light. Her eyes were open, fixed on the water. There was no pack beside her, no bottle, no sign of gear. Her shoes, what I could see of them, were dark and clean, not the mud-caked look you get from moving through that terrain. It was a small detail, but it sat wrong with the print I'd seen. Fresh mud on the bank, clean shoes at the water. I thought about calling out. The word formed and didn't leave my mouth. I don't mind breaking silence in the woods, but something about her made it feel like interrupting a private act. I shifted my stance again, trying to decide whether to approach or give her space and move on. That's when I heard it. It came from behind me. Deeper in the trees, a sound that didn't belong to wind or water. It wasn't loud. It was distinct. A voice, or the shape of one, stretched thin by distance. It carried a single note that rose and fell like someone calling without putting words to it. It wasn't an animal I could name. It had a human edge, but it lacked the breaks you get from breath. I turned, scanning the darker understory beyond the clearing. The sound didn't repeat immediately. The creek filled the gap again, and for a moment I wondered if I'd overlaid a memory onto the place. Something my brain supplied, because it expected something to happen. When I looked back to the pool, she had not moved. The sound came again, closer this time, enough that I could feel it in my chest more than hear it in my ears. It rose and held, then fell off cleanly, as if cut. There was no footfall with it, no crack of branches, no brush of fabric against leaves. Just the sound. I stepped back, instinctively, putting more distance between me and the trees behind. My focus split, trying to track both the source of the sound and the woman by the water. It's a bad place to be. Half turned, attention divided, she lifted her head. It wasn't a natural motion. It didn't have the small adjustments that come with muscles engaging. It was a single smooth change from one angle to another, like a hinge. Her gaze moved off the water and into the trees opposite me, not toward me, not toward the sound, but somewhere between, as if she was aligning with it. The sound came a third time, and in that moment I knew I didn't want to be there. Panic doesn't always hit like a spike. Sometimes it seeps in through details until you realize your body has already decided. My hands went cold. My breathing changed without my permission. I took another step back, then another, keeping my eyes on her as long as I could without tripping over roots. I reached the edge of the clearing where the trees closed in again, and paused just long enough to fix her position in my mind. She was still on the rock, head raised now, eyes off the water, body otherwise unchanged. The pool reflected a pale patch where her shirt caught the light. I turned and moved into the trees. Not running yet, but no longer careful about noise. The ground there was uneven, and I had to watch my footing to avoid rolling an ankle. The sound didn't follow immediately. The creak grew louder as I angled away from it, then quieter as I climbed slightly up the bank. I put distance between us before I stopped again. It's a habit. Create space, then reassess. I leaned against a tree and listened. The forest had its normal sounds back. Insects, a distant bird, the low rush of water, nothing that resembled the voice. I told myself to keep moving, to put more ground between me and that clearing. But another thought pushed in. The print in the mud, the clean shoes, the way she had lifted her head. If she was a person, she could be in trouble. If she wasn't, then there was nothing I could do. That's the calculation you make, and it's not one you like. I moved back toward the creek, slower this time, using the same path I'd taken before, marking small features so I could orient myself without looking directly ahead. When the light opened again, I stopped short of the clearing and listened. No voice. I stepped out enough to see the pool. The rock was empty. There was no movement in the water, no ripple to suggest someone had stood and stepped away. The sand at the edge was smooth except for the faint line of the current. I scanned the far bank, the trees beyond, looking for any sign of motion, any color that didn't belong. Nothing. I crossed to the spot where she had been, stepping onto the flat rock, and then down into the sand. It held my weight and took my prints cleanly. I looked for hers. There were none. The only marks in the mud along that stretch were the ones I had seen earlier. A single set leading to the rock. No exit. I turned in a slow circle, trying to map where she could have gone without leaving a trace. The far side of the pool had a shallow lip of stone that could take a careful step, but even then, there should have been a shift in the sand, a scuff, something. The trees beyond were thick, but not impenetrable. A person moving through would leave a path, however faint. The air felt different in that clearing now. Not colder, not warmer, just thin, like the sound had taken something with it when it stopped. I didn't call out. I backed away from the water, keeping my steps light enough not to disturb more than I had to. When I reached the tree line, I turned and moved, this time without stopping. The path I took wasn't the same as before. I angled uphill, away from the creek entirely, aiming for higher ground where the forest thinned and the light returned to something like normal. I kept moving until the green cast broke and the sky showed through in patches. I checked my bearings, adjusted my course toward the main trail, and didn't look back. The sound didn't follow me out. It stayed behind, or it stopped altogether. By the time I reached the marked path, the usual signs of people returned. Old footprints, a scrap of tape on a branch marking a route, the distant murmur of voices carried from somewhere out of sight. It felt like stepping back into a place that agreed with itself. I didn't mention the clearing to anyone I passed. There are things that don't translate well when you try to put them into casual words, and I didn't have the energy to watch someone weigh my account against their expectations of what a hike should be. I camped farther along than I had planned, on a ridge where the ground was dry and the trees were spaced wide enough to see through. I set up as the light faded, went through the familiar motions without thinking, and sat for a while with my back against a log, listening to the forest settle into night. Every so often I found myself picturing the rock by the pool, the angle of her shoulders, the way her head had lifted. I tried to place her within something I understood. A lost hiker, someone disoriented, someone waiting for help, but the details refused to line up. Clean shoes, no pack, no prints leaving. When the dark was complete, the sounds around me changed. The small daytime noises gave way to longer, more deliberate ones. Something moved through the brush at a distance. An owl called once and then again farther off. I kept my headlamp off longer than usual, letting my eyes adjust, not wanting to create a tunnel of light that would make everything outside it invisible. I didn't hear the voice again. Sleep came in short stretches. Each time I woke, I listened before I moved, cataloging what I could hear and what I couldn't. The ridge held its own kind of quiet, one that felt earned, like the isolation I had been looking for at the start. In the morning, I packed early and took the main trail out. The sun cut through the trees in clean lines, and the forest looked ordinary again. At one point, I passed a spur that led down toward the creek, unmarked and narrow. I didn't take it. Back at the trailhead, I cleaned the mud from my boots with a stick, working it out of the treads until the pattern showed again. The print I had seen was still in my mind, the way the heel had pressed in, the direction of travel. I checked the soles of my shoes without thinking, as if they might have changed overnight. On the drive out, I caught myself glancing at the tree line where it paralleled the road, expecting to see a break, a clearing, a flash of pale fabric near water. There was nothing but the steady run of trunks and shadow. I still go out alone. I still look for quiet places where the map shows less detail than I prefer, but I pay more attention to the edges of things now. The places where a path narrows, where a bank drops to water, where the ground holds a shape longer than it should. Sometimes when I stop near a creek, I find myself scanning the surface for a reflection that doesn't belong to me, waiting for a head to lift without warning, for a sound to carry through the trees that has no source I can name. And when the water stays clear and the forest keeps its usual voice, I move on without lingering, leaving the flat rocks undisturbed and the mud untested, as if there are places where the safest choice is not to confirm what you think you saw. I noticed the lock first because I always checked it twice, the way my grandfather wrote that he used to. The hasp sat crooked against the door frame, not forced, just misaligned like someone had lifted it and set it back without care. And when I pressed it flush, the screw head shifted in soft wood that had no business being soft. The tower was miles from the nearest road, a retired fire lookout perched above a seam of Appalachian ridgeline, and I had signed the logbook at the trailhead alone that afternoon. Nothing about the place suggested anyone else had been there, except the lock that wouldn't sit right. I carried my grandfather's journals in my pack, wrapped in a grocery bag to keep out the damp. He had been posted here for 2 summers in the late 70s, before radios were common on the smaller towers, and he wrote everything down because, as he put it, there's no one to tell it to up here. When he died, the journals came to me in a cardboard box with his field glasses and a compass that no longer pointed true. I had read them in my apartment, under steady light, but there were entries that didn't make sense until you saw the place he was describing. That was the reason for the hike. I wanted to match his words to the wood and nails, and inside the air held the stale smell of old smoke and dust, with a faint sweetness I couldn't place. The stairs climbed the center of the tower in tight, creaking turns, and at the top the cab opened on all sides with windows that had been patched and repatched. A narrow catwalk circled the outside, guarded by a rail that came up to my waist. I set my pack on the bench under the north window and did a quick sweep of the room. The cabinet where supplies would have been kept stood open. I closed it, more from habit than necessity, and noticed the shelf inside was bare except for a shallow indentation where something had once sat. That indentation had a shape that matched the tin I'd seen in one of the journal sketches. I pulled the notebooks out and flipped to the page I remembered, the paper thin and feathered at the edges. My grandfather had drawn a small rectangle with a hinged lid and labeled it tin, sugar/coffee. Under it, he'd written that he kept it latched because raccoons would work anything left unsecured, and he had learned not to leave anything that could be carried off. In a later entry, weeks after, he wrote that the tin was gone from the cabinet even though the door had been closed and latched, and that he found it later on the catwalk with the lid open and nothing inside. He had underlined latched twice. I closed the journal and looked at the cabinet again. The indentation was clean, dust-free, like something had been lifted recently. I hadn't brought anything to put there. I had eaten on the trail and carried my trash out with me. There was nothing in the room that would leave a mark like that. I told myself it was a trick of the light, or that the last person up here had taken the tin and the outline was just where the wood hadn't faded. I checked the windows. They were latched. I checked the hatch in the floor that led to the ladder down into the narrow service space below the cab. It sat closed, the metal ring flush, the edges dark with old grime. When I put my hand on it, it felt cool, as if it had been shaded from the sun for longer than the rest of the floor. My grandfather had written about the hatch too, but not as often. He mentioned it in passing at first, noting that it tended to swell in the humidity and needed a firm pull to open. Then there was an entry where he said he had left it open to air out the space below, after a storm, and when he came back from a walk around the catwalk, it was closed again, the ring flat, as if it had never been touched. He wrote that he had not closed it. The next day, he wrote that he would keep it shut from then on. I stood there with my hand on the ring and considered lifting it, just to prove to myself that it moved the way he said it did, that it stuck and then gave. Instead, I left it closed and went outside onto the catwalk. The view stretched in layers of blue ridges and shadowed hollows, the kind of distance that makes you feel both small and safe. The sun had dropped behind the western ridge, leaving the tower in a gray that made edges softer. A wind moved through the trees below, a steady sound that hid smaller noises. I made a slow circuit of the catwalk, running my hand along the rail. On the south side, I saw it. At first it looked like a tear in the darkening air, a place where the view didn't line up, like heat shimmer but colder. It hung above the far corner of the catwalk, just inside the rail, at a height where a person might lean if they were tall. As I watched, the shape clarified not by gaining detail, but by holding its lack of it. It was a silhouette without edges, a standing absence that didn't reflect light and didn't block it so much as bend it. I could see the trees through it, but they seemed wrong, like looking through glass that had been breathed on. I didn't step closer. I didn't call out. There was no sound from it, no movement except a slow, almost imperceptible drift that kept it centered over the same spot, as if it were suspended from a point above the tower that I couldn't see. The wind didn't touch it. The rail behind it didn't show through in a straight line. I thought of the entry where my grandfather wrote about the thing over the south rail. He had been careful with his words. He didn't name it. He described it as a dark shape where a man might be, and then crossed out man and wrote something. He said it did not cast a shadow, and that it remained when he closed his eyes and opened them again. He wrote that he went back inside and did not look at it for the rest of the evening. The next morning, he wrote that the sugar tin was missing. I stepped back through the door and closed it, sliding the latch into place. The room felt smaller. The journals sat where I had left them, open to the page with the drawing. I flipped forward, my fingers moving faster now, looking for the next mention. There were entries about weather, about smoke sightings, about the long hours and the way sound carried at night. Then, in a different hand, heavier, he wrote about the cabinet again. He said items had been moved, small things, things that had no reason to be anywhere else. He said he began to mark their positions with pencil lines on the shelf, so he would know if he was mistaken. I looked at the cabinet. The shelf inside had faint lines along the back edge, parallel and spaced like someone had set a tin down in the same place and traced its outline more than once. The lines overlapped in places, not exact, as if the object had shifted slightly each time. The hatch in the floor made a sound. It was not loud. It was the kind of sound you might miss if you were talking, or if the wind picked up. A soft metallic tick, as if something had pressed against the ring from below and let go. I froze, the journal open in my hands. The sound came again, a faint scrape that traveled along the edge of the hatch, testing it. The ring did not lift. It stayed flat. The sound moved to the other side, then stopped. I set the journal down and took a step back from the hatch. The room had gone quiet in a way that felt intentional, as if the wind had dropped away just for this. I could hear my own breathing and the small movements of the wood as it cooled. The latch on the door behind me was still in place. The windows were still shut. I moved to the cabinet and closed it again, pressing the door until it clicked. It didn't matter. It was something to do with my hands. I glanced at the catwalk through the window on the south side. The shape was still there, unchanged, suspended in the same place. It did not turn, it did not react. It simply remained. In the journal, a few pages later, my grandfather had written about a night when he heard movement below the hatch. He described it as careful, not like an animal, not like wind. He wrote that he had sat in the chair with the lantern turned low and listened for an hour, and then the sound had stopped. The next morning, he found the hatch open by an inch. The ring tilted, and a smear along the edge where something had touched it from the inside. He did not open it further. He wrote that he pushed it closed with his boot and kept it that way. I didn't have a lantern. The light in the cab had gone from gray to a deeper blue that made everything look flat. I realized I had not brought a flashlight up with me, only the small one in my pack, and it was under the bench. I moved to get it, keeping the hatch in my peripheral vision. When I crouched, the floor shifted slightly, and the hatch made that same soft tick again. The ring lifted a fraction. It was not a sudden motion. It rose as if something beneath it was easing it up, testing the weight. The edge of the hatch separated from the floor by the width of a fingernail, enough to catch a sliver of darker darkness beneath. Then it settled back down, the ring flattening with a quiet tap. I stood up with the flashlight in my hand and did not turn it on. Light felt like it would make it worse, like it would define something I did not want defined. I took a step toward the door, my eyes flicking to the south window. The shape was still there, closer now, or seeming closer. Not because it had moved, but because the light had dropped enough that it stood out more starkly against the last of the sky. The latch on the door slid back with a dry sound when I lifted it. I opened the door and stepped onto the catwalk, pulling it closed behind me without engaging the latch. The air outside was cooler. The wind had picked up again, a steady rush through the trees that filled my ears. I did not look directly at the shape. I kept it at the edge of my vision as I moved along the catwalk toward the stairs. The boards under my feet felt solid. The rail was steady. I moved slowly, placing each step with care. When I reached the corner, the place where the shape hung, I had to pass within a few feet of it. Up close, it was worse. It had no surface, no texture, no detail to fix on. It was simply a vertical absence that seemed to drink the light around it. The air near it felt cooler, not like a breeze, but like the space itself had a lower temperature. My skin prickled along my arms. I kept my gaze on the rail, on the screws that held it in place, on anything that had a defined edge. As I passed, something shifted behind me. It was not the shape, it was the door to the cab, swinging open a few inches, as if pushed from inside. The latch, which I had not set, tapped against the frame. I did not turn. I moved faster, the stairs now in front of me. The first step down a relief that made my knees feel weak. The stairs spiraled down the center of the tower, a tight space where the walls pressed in. I took them two at a time, my hands sliding along the rail, the wood warm from the day's heat. Halfway down, I heard the hatch above move again, a heavier sound this time, a scrape and a dull thud that carried through the structure. I kept going. At the bottom, the door to the outside stood open to the clearing around the tower. I stepped out and into the dim, the ground covered in packed dirt and pine needles. I had left my boots by the door at the top, an old habit from my grandfather's entries about keeping the cab clean. I realized that as I stood there in my socks, the earth cool and slightly damp underfoot, I didn't go back up for them. I moved away from the tower, down the narrow path that led back toward the trail. The trees closed in quickly, the last light filtering through leaves that turned everything the same shade of gray. The ground was uneven, roots crossing the path, stones shifting under my weight. I kept my pace steady, not running, but not slow. The tower loomed behind me, a darker shape against the sky. At a bend in the path, I looked back once. The catwalk was visible through a gap in the trees, the rail a thin line. The shape was still there, suspended at the corner, unchanged. The door to the cab hung open, a rectangle of deeper dark. For a moment, I thought I saw movement at the threshold, something at the level of the floor, as if the hatch had opened, and whatever had pressed against it had found its way up. Then the wind shifted, and the trees moved, and the view broke. I turned and kept going. The ground rougher now, my socks picking up dirt and needles, small stones pressing into my skin. The path dropped steeply in places, and I had to catch myself on trunks and branches. The sound of the wind followed me, constant, and under it, once, I thought I heard a faint metallic tick, like a ring settling flat. I reached the trailhead after full dark, the sign a pale shape in my flashlight beam. The logbook lay open in its box. My name was the only one on the page for that day. I did not add a timeout. I did not write anything else. Back in my apartment, I laid the journals out on the table and went to the last pages. My grandfather's handwriting had changed. Tighter, the lines pressed deeper into the paper. He wrote that he had left the tower before his posting ended, that he had walked out at night without his boots because he had not wanted to go back inside to get them. He wrote that he had seen the shape over the south rail one last time when he looked back from the path, and that the hatch had been open. The last line he wrote on the last page was underlined once. The pen pressed hard enough to tear the paper. Left the boots. I went to the closet and looked at my own boots, still clean from the hike up, still by the door where I had left them. There was a fine line of dirt along the sole of one, a line that matched the width of the catwalk boards, as if it had been set down on them after I had gone. I did not go back to the tower. I did not take the journals out again for a long time. When I finally did, there was a new mark on the inside of the cabinet sketch, a faint line that had not been there before, as if something had been set down and lifted, until the wood remembered it. I keep the journals wrapped now, the grocery bag replaced with a sealed box. But sometimes when the apartment is quiet and the air still, I hear a soft metallic tick from somewhere below the floor, followed by the feeling that a latch has been tested and found wanting, and I stand there in the dim with my feet on the bare boards, remembering the way the hatch looked when it lifted and settled, and the way the shape held its place over the rail, as if it had always been there, waiting for someone who would read the lines and come to see for themselves. I remember checking my watch because I didn't like how quiet the ridge had gotten. The glow read 3 a.m., and the woods felt wrong for that hour too. Still, like everything that should have been making noise had already decided to leave. We'd chosen that section of trail on purpose. Earlier that night, the main shelter had been crowded, voices carrying through the trees, too many strangers for my taste. I've spent enough nights out to know when a place feels off, and that shelter felt off. So we pushed on, the three of us looking for somewhere quieter. We found a narrow side path that wasn't on the map, more of a game trail than anything official, and it led us down into a shallow clearing ringed with dense brush. It was hidden, hard to spot unless you were already on top of it. That's why we stopped. I was the one who suggested it. That's something I've gone over more times than I can count. We didn't set up tents, just laid out our gear, kept things light. We planned to rest for a few hours and move before sunrise. Standard practice. I took the first watch, sitting with my back against a cold rock, rifle across my lap. The other two, Mark and Luis, were already asleep within minutes, breathing steady, the kind of deep sleep you only get when you've been pushing miles all day. The first light I saw, I thought was someone on the main trail. It was far off, moving between the trees, a steady white beam that dipped and rose like a headlamp. Nothing unusual about that. People hike at odd hours. I watched it for a minute, expecting it to pass by and disappear. Then a second light appeared, not close to the first. Offset, moving in the same direction, but keeping distance. I straightened up a little, paying more attention now. 2 hikers maybe. Still not strange. But then a third light came on. Lower, flickering for a moment before stabilizing. They weren't lined up like a group walking together. They were spaced out. I kept watching. My ears started picking up things I hadn't noticed before. Faint crunches underfoot, branches shifting, not in a straight line but spread across a wider area. The lights moved in a pattern that didn't match a trail. They drifted, angled, adjusted like they were keeping track of something, or someone. I reached over and nudged Mark's boot with mine. He stirred, not fully awake but alert enough when he saw my posture. I didn't say anything right away. I just pointed. He followed my line of sight. I saw the moment he understood something wasn't right. His shoulders tensed. Luis woke next, quieter than either of us, already reaching for his pack before his eyes were fully open. We stayed low, no sudden movements. I turned off our small lantern and let the darkness settle in around us. The only light now came from those distant beams weaving through the trees. They were closer than before. There's a difference between hikers passing through and people searching. I've seen both. This wasn't casual movement. The spacing tightened, then widened again, like they were adjusting positions. They were sweeping the area. Mark leaned in close and spoke under his breath, barely more than air. He didn't need to say much. We all saw it. We packed in silence. No snapping buckles. No unnecessary movement. Just hands working by feel. Gear sliding into place. I kept my eyes on those lights the whole time. They never stopped moving. At one point, one of them paused. The beam steadied, angled downward like it had found something on the ground. Then it tilted up slowly, scanning, right toward us. I felt it before I confirmed it. Just a shift in my chest, a tightening. The light lingered a second too long in our direction. Not directly on us, but close enough. Then it flicked off. The others followed, one by one, until the woods went dark again. That was worse. We didn't wait. I motioned, and we moved, slipping into the brush on the far side of the clearing. No trail, no clear path, just dense undergrowth and uneven ground. It slowed us down, but it also gave us cover. We angled uphill first, putting elevation between us and the clearing. My plan was simple: create distance, break line of sight, then circle back toward a known trail once we were clear. Behind us, the woods stayed quiet for a few seconds. Then I heard it. Movement. Faster now. Direct. They knew. The brush around us thickened, branches catching on straps, leaves brushing against our faces. I kept us moving in a staggered line. Not too close together, not too far apart. Mark stayed just ahead of me, Luis behind. We didn't speak. Didn't need to. A light snapped on behind us, then another. They weren't scanning anymore. They were coming straight through. I risked a glance back. The beams cut through the trees, bouncing with each step. I could make out shapes now. Figures moving low, deliberate, not trying to stay hidden anymore. One of them lifted something in his hand. It caught the light for just a second. Long, reflective. Not a hiking tool, not anything you'd bring for a normal trip. A blade. I slowed just enough to bring the rifle up. My heart was steady, which surprised me. Training does that. It takes the edge off panic, replaces it with something more focused. I didn't aim at anyone directly. I angled it upward toward a clear patch above the trees. Then I fired. The shot cracked through the forest, louder than anything else in that moment. It echoed off the ridge, rolling outward, breaking the silence in a way nothing else could. Everything stopped. The lights froze. The movement halted. For a second, the woods held its breath. Then the light shifted again. Slower this time. More cautious. They didn't retreat. That told me everything I needed to know. We moved again. Faster now. No more careful steps. We pushed through the brush, accepting the noise, the scratches, the uneven ground. The terrain dipped suddenly, dropping into a shallow ravine choked with fallen branches and slick stones. We slid down more than climbed, catching ourselves on roots, boots slipping. Behind us, the lights followed, not as fast as before, but steady, persistent. They weren't giving up. We crossed the ravine and started up the other side. My legs burned, lungs pulling in cold air that tasted like damp earth and leaves. I kept checking our direction, making sure we didn't veer too far off course. Without a trail, it's easy to lose your sense of orientation. At the top, we paused just long enough to listen. The lights reached the ravine. I could see them scatter slightly, picking their way down, maintaining that spacing. Coordinated, controlled. This wasn't random. We pushed on again, angling toward what I knew should be a ridgeline that intersected with an old logging road. If we could reach that, we'd have clearer ground, better movement. The forest thinned slightly as we climbed, the brush giving way to taller trees with less undergrowth. Our pace improved, the ground leveled out. I risked another look back. The lights were farther now, but still there, still tracking. One of them swung wide, cutting off to the side, trying to flank. I adjusted our path immediately, veering away, keeping them all in one general direction behind us. We weren't being chased by something confused. We were being tracked by people who knew how to move out here. The ridge came into view as a darker line against the sky. We reached it and followed it east, boots hitting firmer ground. The trees spaced out more, giving us better visibility and better exposure. The lights below us shifted again, adjusting to our new position. They climbed, slower now, but deliberate. I stopped just long enough to fire another shot, this time lower into the ground ahead of them. Not to hit, just to send a message. The sound carried. Again. They paused. But again, they didn't leave. We kept moving. It took longer than I expected to find the logging road. Every minute stretched. Every sound behind us kept us on edge. When we finally broke through the last line of trees and hit that wide dirt path, it felt like stepping into a different world. Open. Clear. We didn't stop. We followed it downhill, fast but controlled, putting as much distance as we could between us and that ridge. After a while, the lights disappeared. Not all at once. One by one, they faded. Until the darkness behind us was just darkness again. We didn't trust it. We kept going until the sky started to lighten at the edges. That early gray that comes before dawn. Only then did we slow, finally stopping near a bend where the road met a marked trail. We didn't speak much. There wasn't anything to say that would change what had happened. We made it out that morning, reached the trailhead without seeing anyone else. No signs of those lights. No footprints we could clearly distinguish from our own by that point. But I know what I saw. Multiple lights moving in formation. People carrying blades in the dark. A group that didn't turn away even after warning shots. We left that area and didn't go back. Every time I check my watch in the woods now, I think about that exact moment. The stillness, the way the lights appeared, and how choosing to avoid one crowded place led us straight into something far worse. The clearing we used is probably still there, hidden and quiet, waiting for the next group that thinks they've found a better spot off the trail. Somewhere no one else would think to look. Somewhere the trees close in just enough to make you feel safe until you realize you're not alone. I was already an hour past the last lit stretch of highway when I pulled over, engine idling to clear a smear off the windshield that kept catching the beam of my headlights. The road cut along the side of the mountain like a shallow scar. Nothing on either side but wet trees and a drop that disappeared into black. It had rained earlier, enough to turn the gravel shoulders into slick, clay-heavy mud. My wipers dragged and clicked, dragging a thin arc through a film of grit I couldn't see until the light hit it just right. I stepped out with a rag and a half-empty bottle of water, the air cold enough to sting my fingers. The silence out there wasn't total. There was a low, constant hiss from runoff slipping downhill through leaves. And somewhere deeper in the woods, a branch shifting, maybe an animal moving through brush. I leaned over the hood and wiped at the glass, watching the beam distort and then sharpen as the smear came away. I didn't hear him come up. What I noticed first was the shape in the reflection, something blocking part of the light behind me, and then the pressure at the base of my skull. "Don't turn around," he said, low and tight like he was already out of breath. I froze with the rag in my hand. The metal of the hood was still warm under my palm. I could feel the bottle slipping where I'd set it on the fender, threatening to roll off. "Keys are in it?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "Good. You're going to get back in and drive. Nice and steady. No sudden moves." I nodded before I realized he couldn't see that. "Okay. Slow," he said, the pressure increasing just enough to make the point clear. I moved around the front of the car, opened the driver's door, and slid back into my seat. The interior light came on for a second, and I caught a quick look at him in the side mirror before it clicked off. He was in his 30s, maybe, hair damp and plastered to his forehead, jacket dark with moisture. His right hand held the gun, small and black, angled toward me. His left hand trembled slightly when he reached to pull the door shut. "Drive," he said. I put the car in gear and eased back onto the road. The headlights picked out the narrow lane ahead. The double yellow lines broken and faded. The mountain rose up to my right in a steep bank of rock and roots. To the left, the guardrail came and went, Sections missing or bent down toward the drop. Keep it under 50, he said. No reason to draw attention. There's nobody out here, I said before I could stop myself. Then don't give anyone a reason to come looking, he replied. I kept my eyes on the road. The smear on the windshield was gone, but I could still see where it had been. A clean patch in the middle of a field of fine dirt. My hands felt too light on the wheel, like they weren't connected to anything solid. He shifted in the seat, adjusting his grip. You from around here? No, I said. Just passing through. Good, he said. Better that way. We drove like that for a while. The only sound the engine and the steady rhythm of the tires over patched asphalt. The road curved and climbed, then dipped into a shallow hollow where fog clung low over the pavement. My headlights cut through it in a pale cone, making the edges of the world seem closer than they were. He leaned forward suddenly, peering ahead. Slow down. I eased off the gas. The beam stretched farther, and that's when I saw it. Something lay in the road ahead, just past a bend where the trees opened up for a few yards. At first it looked like a pile of clothes, dark and shapeless. As we got closer, the outline sharpened into a body, face down, one arm bent at an angle that didn't look natural. Jesus, I said under my breath. Don't stop, he said immediately. It's a person, I said. They might be. I said don't stop, he repeated, sharper this time. The gun lifted a fraction, enough that I could see it in my peripheral vision. I slowed anyway, instinct pulling against the command. The body didn't move. There was no sign of anyone else, no hazard lights, no car pulled off to the side, just that shape in the middle of the lane. Go around, he said. Careful. The road was narrow there, with a shallow ditch on the right and the drop on the left. I edged toward the center line, trying to give the body as much space as possible without drifting too close to the edge. As we drew alongside, the headlights washed over it, revealing more detail. A jacket, jeans, a boot with the sole half torn loose. The first shot cracked from the darkness beyond the trees on the left, sharp and flat. The windshield starred near the passenger side, a small white bloom that spread in thin lines. Go, the man shouted. I hit the gas. The engine roared and the car surged forward. Another shot came, then another, the sound echoing off the rock face to the right. Something pinged against the rear quarter panel, a metallic thunk that vibrated through the frame. Left. Stay left, he said, leaning forward, eyes scanning the darkness ahead. They'll be on the right too. As if on cue, a flash flared from the tree line on the right, followed by another sharp report. The rear window shattered with a dull pop, glass spraying forward in a glittering arc. I ducked instinctively, gripping the wheel harder. The body in the road slipped past on my right, disappearing into the darkness behind us. In the mirror, I caught a glimpse of movement near it, shadows shifting where there hadn't been any before. Keep going, he said, his voice tight but controlled. Don't slow down. The road curved again, hugging the mountain. The guardrail reappeared on the left, dented and streaked with rust. My headlights bounced with the uneven pavement, making the trees ahead flicker in and out of clarity. They set that up, I said, more to myself than to him. Yeah, he said. They did. Another shot rang out. Farther back now. The sound chased us for a few seconds, then faded as the distance grew. Next turn, he said after a moment, there's a trail. Easy to miss. You're going to take it. A trail? I asked. Just do it, he said. I strained my eyes, looking for any break in the wall of trees. The road dipped again, then rose slightly. My headlights caught a narrow gap on the right, barely more than a break in the brush. The ground beyond it churned into mud. There, he said. Now. I slowed just enough to make the turn without sliding, then cut the wheel and guided the car onto the trail. The tires slipped immediately, the mud sucking at them, but the car caught and lurched forward. Branches scraped along the sides, a harsh dragging sound that made me wince. Lights off, he said. What? I said. Lights off. Now. I reached for the switch and killed the headlights. The world collapsed into darkness, the only light a faint gray glow filtering down from the clouded sky. I eased off the gas, letting the car roll forward slowly, guided more by feel than sight. "Keep straight," he said quietly. "There's a dip. Then it levels out." The trail narrowed, the trees pressing in close enough that I could hear leaves brushing the windows. The ground dipped suddenly, the car's nose dropping before leveling out again. I kept my foot light on the pedal, moving at a crawl. "Stop," he said after a few seconds. I pressed the brake. The car settled, engine idling low. I could hear my own breathing, too loud in the confined space. "Turn it off," he said. I killed the engine. The sudden silence was complete, heavy. The ticking of hot metal cooling filled the space, each click sounding louder than it should. We sat there in the dark. I didn't dare move. After a minute, maybe two, I heard it faint at first, then clearer. An engine, somewhere back on the road, then another. Door slamming, voices carrying in the distance, indistinct but urgent. "They'll sweep the road," he said softly. "Maybe check a little ways off. Not this far." I swallowed, my throat dry. "Who are they?" He didn't answer right away. When he did, it was flat. "People you don't want to meet." We waited. The distant sounds came and went, engines idling, then revving, then fading again. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps crunching through brush, but it could have been the water moving downhill again, amplified by the quiet. Time stretched, without the lights, without any reference. It was hard to tell how long we'd been sitting there. My hands had gone numb where they rested on the wheel. "Okay," he said finally. "We'll give it a little more, then we'll move." "Move where?" I asked. "Back out," he said. "Other direction. There's a fork we'll take." I nodded, though he couldn't see it. We waited again. The sounds on the road didn't come back. The mountains seemed to settle around us, the small noises of the night returning in pieces. The drip of water, the faint rustle of leaves. "Start it," he said. I turned the key. The engine came to life with a low rumble that sounded too loud in the enclosed space. I kept the lights off as I eased the car forward, following the faint track we'd made coming in. "Slow," he said. "No rush." We crept back up the trail, the incline making the engine strain slightly. When we reached the point where it met the road, he held up a hand. "Wait," he said. I stopped just short of the edge. He leaned forward, peering out into the darkness. "Clear," he said after a moment. "Left." I turned onto the road, this time heading in the opposite direction from where we'd been going. I flicked the headlights back on, the beam illuminating the empty stretch ahead. There was no sign of the body, no sign of the people who had been there minutes before. "Keep going," he said. We drove for a long time without speaking. The road wound down the mountain, the trees thinning slightly as we lost elevation. The sky ahead took on a faint hint of gray, the first suggestion of morning. "Up ahead," he said eventually. "There's a turnout, you'll drop me there." I nodded. The turnout appeared as a widening of the shoulder near a bend, a patch of gravel and dirt, with a rusted sign that had long since lost its lettering. I pulled in and stopped. He sat for a second, then lowered the gun. "You did good," he said. "Better than most would have." I didn't respond. He opened the door, then paused. "Stay here for a bit after I'm gone. Then keep driving, don't stop for anything." He stepped out into the dim light, closing the door quietly behind him. I watched him in the mirror as he moved away from the car, his figure blending into the trees within a few steps. I sat there, engine idling, watching the spot where he disappeared. The sky grew lighter by degrees, the shapes of the trees becoming clearer, less like a wall and more like individual trunks and branches. After a while, I shifted the car into gear and pulled back onto the road. The mountain seemed different in the daylight, less oppressive, but the memory of the night clung to it like a shadow that didn't quite fade. Miles later, when I stopped at a gas station on the edge of a small town, I got out and walked around the car. The damage was worse than I'd thought. Cracked windshield, shattered rear glass, dents along the side where something had struck it. Inside, the clerk glanced at the car, then at me, but didn't ask anything. I paid in cash and left. I didn't report it. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. There wasn't anything I could say that would make it make sense. Not without drawing attention I didn't want. Sometimes, driving at night, I think about that stretch of road. The way the body lay just so. The way the shots came from both sides at once. The way the trail seemed to appear exactly when it needed to. I think about how close I came to stopping, to stepping out again into that dark with nothing but a rag in my hand. And I think about the man who pressed a gun to my head and then guided me past something worse. Like he knew that road in a way I never will. Like he'd seen it all before and was just trying to get through it one more time. My grandfather taught me the line before I was tall enough to see over the laurel. And I remember the way his boot heel stopped just short of it, like there was a drop nobody else could see. The ground didn't look any different. Same brown needles, same gray stones, same smell of damp leaf rot and iron. But he'd lift his chin toward the slope and tell me that beyond that point, the mountain kept its own order, and ours didn't count. I learned the path by habit and by warning, the way you learn not to lean on a loose railing or not to step on ice that looks clear. It wasn't fear so much as practice. We lived in a hollow that kept the light late and the fog longer. Houses sat low and apart, with narrow drives that turned to mud if you didn't keep gravel down. There were places you didn't go because nobody went there. The ridge above our place had one of those places. My grandfather said it was older than the county line, older than the road cut, older than the orchard that never took root. He called it a boundary, and he said the word like it was something you could break with your hands if you weren't careful. He didn't give me stories to go with it. He didn't say what would happen if I crossed. He told me what to do instead. Don't take anything from that side. Don't leave anything of yours there. Don't turn your back on the tree that leans. Don't answer if you hear your name come from behind you. Don't cross the stones that sit in a curve like a smile. The rules were practical, almost dull. The way people talk about not mixing chemicals or not running a saw one-handed. I followed them because he expected me to. After he died, the rules sat around the house like tools nobody used anymore. They gathered dust without losing their edges. I kept them out of habit for a while, then out of a kind of respect, and then slowly, I kept them out of nothing in particular. Life moved into the spaces he left. I took a job with the county, doing maintenance on trails and culverts, the kind of work that keeps you outside and quiet. I knew the woods better than most of the folks who came through on weekends. I knew where the ground held water and where it would take your weight. I knew which creeks cut under their banks and which ones spread thin over rock. I knew the old paths that weren't on any map. It was late summer when I decided to go past the line. The reason I gave myself was simple enough. A storm had come through hard the night before, and I'd heard from a neighbor that a tree had come down near the upper trail. I told myself I'd check it out. Clear what I could, mark what I couldn't. That part was true. What wasn't true was that I needed to go as far as the boundary to do any of that. The morning came in warm and close. The air had that thickness that carries sound in a way that makes distance feel smaller. I set out with a saw, a coil of rope, and a pack with water and a couple of bars. I took the path I always took, the one that curved around the outcrop and crossed the shallow creek on stones, that rocked if you didn't place your feet right. The laurel grew dense on either side, glossy leaves catching the light in a way that hides what's underneath. I worked my way up, clearing small limbs, dragging brush off the trail. The fallen tree my neighbor mentioned had come down clean, roots lifted out of the ground with a scoop of dirt that showed pale underneath. I cut a passage through it and flagged the rest for later. It took longer than I expected, and by the time I stood up and wiped my hands on my jeans, the sun had moved enough that the shadows shifted under the trees. The boundary wasn't far beyond that. I could see the lean of the tree my grandfather used as a marker. Its trunk angled like it had been pushed, and decided to stay that way. I stood there longer than I needed to. There wasn't any wind. The leaves didn't move unless I did. The ground held the smell of rain and something else, a faint metallic tang that I'd always associated with that side without thinking about it. I stepped to the line and stopped, the way I had as a kid. My foot hovered over nothing that looked like a line. It felt foolish in a way that made me almost laugh. There wasn't any sign posted, no tape, no marker that would stand up in court. Just a memory of a man who was gone, and a set of rules that didn't come with explanations. I put my foot down on the other side. Nothing happened right away. The woods didn't change color. The ground didn't give. The air didn't move. If anything, it felt the same, which made me feel something like relief and something like annoyance. I took a few more steps, more to prove a point to myself than for any reason tied to the job I was supposed to be doing. There were stones ahead, half buried, arranged in a curve that wasn't quite a circle. They were the same stones I'd seen from the safe side for years, the ones my grandfather had told me not to cross. Up close, they looked like any other stones. Lichen grew on them in patches. Dirt filled the gaps between them. The curve wasn't perfect. It could have been natural if you didn't look too hard. I walked along the outside of the curve, keeping a distance out of habit I hadn't shaken. The ground there felt different under my boots. Not soft, not hard. It had a give to it that didn't match the rest of the slope. When I shifted my weight, it responded a fraction later than I expected, like a floorboard that's been used too long, a sound carried from somewhere uphill. It wasn't a voice, not in any clear way. It was more like the shape of a voice without the words, a rise and fall that made my brain reach for meaning and come up empty. I stood still and listened. The sound didn't repeat. The woods went back to the low, constant noise of insects in distant water. I told myself it was a bird or a branch settling after the storm. I moved closer to the stones. The curve pulled my eye, not because it was interesting, but because it didn't fit. Things in the woods tend to follow the ground. They go around obstacles. They align with the slope. This curve cut across that pattern in a way that felt deliberate. I stepped over one of the stones. The change was immediate, and it wasn't something I could point to in one place. The air pressed in closer, like a shift in pressure before a storm. But without the wind that usually comes with it, the smell sharpened. That faint metal note came forward, clean and thin like cold water over rock. The light dimmed in a way that didn't match the position of the sun. I felt it first in my ears, a slight fullness, as if I'd gone up in elevation too fast. Then in my hands, a tingling that ran along the skin and settled in my fingertips. I flexed them and watched the movement, making sure it was still mine. It was. I took another step inside the curve. The ground gave a little more than it should have. Not enough to be dangerous, but enough to make me adjust my stance. I looked down. The soil there was darker, almost black, and it didn't hold the same mix of needles and small debris as the ground outside. It looked undisturbed, even though I knew I was standing on it. I turned, intending to step back over the stone, to test the difference, to tell myself I was being stupid. The stone I'd crossed wasn't where I expected it to be. The curve had shifted, not moved in a way I could track, but changed its relation to me. The arc seemed tighter, the gap I'd stepped through smaller. I stepped toward where I thought the edge was. The ground under my boot held, then gave, then held again, like something adjusting. The pressure in my ears deepened. The sound came back, that shape of a voice. Closer now. Not from uphill, but from behind me. I didn't turn. My grandfather's rules rose up without me calling them. Don't turn your back on the tree that leans. Don't answer if you hear your name come from behind you. The problem was that I had already turned my back on the tree without thinking, and the sound behind me had the cadence of my name without the clarity. I moved forward instead, deeper into the curve, trying to find a straight line out. The trees inside the arc were spaced differently, not in a pattern I could read. The slope felt wrong under my feet, steeper than it should have been, then leveling out without a visible reason. I kept my eyes on the ground a few feet ahead, placing each step with care. The temperature dropped in a way that raised the hair on my arms. Not a breeze, not a cloud passing the sun. A localized drop that made my breath feel cooler in my throat. The metallic smell intensified. I tasted it when I swallowed. I heard movement to my right, a shift in leaves that matched my pace. I stopped. It stopped. I started again. It started again. The sound wasn't heavy. It didn't break branches or snap twigs. It brushed, slid, kept time without revealing weight. I angled left, trying to break whatever line it had on me. The ground dipped unexpectedly. My foot slid half an inch and caught. I put a hand out and felt bark, rough and dry. I looked up and saw the leaning tree. Its trunk angled in a way that should have been on the other side of me. For a moment, everything lined up in a way that made no sense. The tree was both where it should have been and not. The curve of stones was behind me and ahead of me, the arc repeating in a way that didn't add up. The sound behind me pressed closer, resolving just enough to suggest a human throat without forming a word. I forced myself to breathe evenly. Panic would make me move wrong. I chose a direction that felt like down, based on the slope under my feet and the pull in my calves. I moved that way, steady, ignoring the urge to turn around. The pressure in my ears eased a fraction, then returned. The temperature wavered. The smell stayed constant. The ground's give became more pronounced, like walking on a layer that didn't belong to the soil beneath it. I saw a break ahead, a lighter patch where the trees thinned. I aimed for it. The sound to my right kept pace, then lagged, then moved ahead. It didn't cross my path. It stayed just out of sight, maintaining a position that felt intentional. I reached the lighter patch and stepped through. The change was as abrupt as when I'd crossed into the curve. The air loosened. The pressure in my ears dropped. The temperature rose back to the warm, close feel of the day. The metallic smell faded to the background. The ground under my boots became the familiar mix of needles and dirt that held firm when I tested it. I turned then, breaking the rule I'd already broken. The stones were there, in a curve that looked exactly like it had from the outside. The leaning tree stood where it should have been, marking the boundary I had crossed. There was no second arc, no shifting, no sign of anything that had followed me. I stood there longer than I should have, trying to match what I'd experienced with what I could see. The woods offered nothing back. A breeze moved through the leaves, the first I'd felt since stepping past the line. It sounded ordinary. I stepped away from the stones and didn't look back again. I went down the trail I knew, past the fallen tree I'd cut, past the creek, back to the hollow where the light lingered and the fog settled. I washed my hands at the sink and watched the water run clear, then darker, then clear again as the dirt lifted from my skin. That night, the house held heat longer than usual. The walls seemed to keep the day inside them. I lay in bed and listened to the sounds I'd always known. The distant hum of a truck on the road, the creak of the porch as it cooled, the low murmur of insects outside the window. They layered in a way that should have been comforting. Sometime after midnight, the sound came back. Not from the woods this time, but from the hallway outside my room. The same rise and fall. The shape of a voice without the words. It didn't call my name. It suggested it. Enough that my body recognized the pattern. I stayed still. The rules didn't cover this. There was no line in my house. No curve of stones to mark where one thing ended and another began. The sound moved along the hallway, slow, brushing the wall in a way that made the paint seem to absorb it. I focused on my breathing, on the weight of the blanket, on the way the mattress held me. The sound paused outside my door. The knob didn't turn. The floor didn't creak under a step. The air in the room cooled by a degree that I felt more than measured. The sound shifted, receding down the hall, then fading into the general noise of the night. It didn't return before morning. I got up at first light and went outside. The hollow looked the same as it always had. The path up the ridge cut through the trees in a line I could follow with my eyes. The leaning tree was visible from a certain angle, a mark against the sky that told me exactly where the boundary sat. I stood there and felt the pull to go back, to check, to prove to myself that what I'd experienced could be mapped and understood. The urge had a practical face. It told me I should mark the stones, put up a sign, keep other people from wandering into something they didn't know how to read. I didn't go. I turned away and went about my day, fixing a section of fence, checking a culvert, doing the work that kept the place running in small, necessary ways. By evening, the metallic smell had settled into something I only noticed when I thought about it. The tingling in my hands had faded. The pressure in my ears was gone. The world fit itself back into the shapes I expected. I kept the rules again after that. Not out of respect this time, but out of recognition. The boundary existed whether I honored it or not. It didn't need me to believe in it to respond. Sometimes, when the air sits heavy and the light holds longer than it should, I stand at the edge of the yard and look up at the ridge. The leaning tree marks the place like it always has. The stones are invisible from where I stand, but I know the curve they make. On those evenings, the woods carry sound in a way that compresses distance. A branch settling can seem close when it isn't. A bird can make a call that suggests a voice if you're already thinking about it. I tell myself that, and most of the time it's enough. Every so often, though, I hear that shape again. Not from the ridge, but from just behind me. As if the line I crossed didn't stay where it was supposed to. As if it found a way to come back with me and set itself down in places that never had it before. I don't turn when it happens. I don't answer. I stand still and let it pass, feeling the air tighten and loosen around me, waiting for the ordinary sounds to return and cover it up. I haven't been back to the stones. I haven't tested the edge again. The work I do keeps me on the safe side of the line, where the ground holds and the rules are the kind you can see and measure. I keep my eyes on the path, on the next step, on the things that can be fixed with tools and time. But the boundary doesn't feel as fixed as it used to. It feels like something that can shift a few inches at a time, quiet and patient, until it sits where you don't expect it. I notice it in small ways now, in the way a room cools for no reason, in the way a sound resolves just enough to suggest a word and then falls away. I keep moving when that happens. I don't stop to listen. I don't look for the source. The last time it came close, I was in the shed, sorting through a box of my grandfather's things. The air went thin for a moment, the smell of metal rising clean and sharp. The sound formed behind me, close enough that I felt it in the back of my neck. I set the box down and walked out into the yard without turning. The sun was low, the ridge dark against it. The leaning tree stood out in silhouette. I kept my eyes on it until the light shifted and the shape blended back into the rest of the woods. The air loosened, the smell faded, the sound dissolved into nothing I could name. I stood there until the first hint of cool came with the evening, until the ordinary noises filled in the spaces again. Then I went back inside and closed the door, not as a barrier, but as a habit that felt necessary. I still think about the step I took, over that first stone, the way nothing happened until everything did. I think about how simple it was to cross, how little it took to ignore a line that had been set long before I was born. The mountain keeps its own order. I know that now in a way that doesn't need explanation. I stay on this side, I keep my hands to what belongs here, and when the air tightens and that almost voice shapes itself just behind me, I remember the rules without needing to hear them, and I hold still until it passes, because I know it's still there somewhere, keeping to its boundary even as it learns the edges of mine. I lost my signal just past the last guardrail where the asphalt narrowed into a shelf road, and the fog pressed down like a lid. The map on my phone froze with a blue arrow pointed into a blank gray field, then jittered, then vanished. I remember glancing at the battery icon still more than half, and thinking it was a glitch I could ride out if I kept moving. I had been following a route a friend sent me, a shortcut across a high pass that would shave an hour off the drive. I trusted it because everything I do runs through a screen. I don't carry paper maps. I don't mark turns with landmarks. I watch the arrow and listen for the next instruction. That evening there was no voice, no arrow, just the quiet tick of cooling metal and the slow creep of fog filling the trees. I pulled off where the road widened near a crumbling stone wall. The wall had once been squared and stacked, maybe part of a farm boundary or an old switchback reinforcement. Now it leaned outward, patched with moss and threaded with roots. The trees beyond it were thin and tall, their trunks disappearing into the gray. The light was going fast, That flat, late evening dim that makes distance hard to judge. I tried the usual fixes. Airplane mode on and off, restart. The compass app spun without settling. The GPS indicator blinked, then went dark. I opened the offline maps I was sure I'd downloaded. The tile showed my last known position miles back, then refused to update. I stepped away from the truck, held the phone up, turned slowly as if a better angle might coax a signal out of the air. That was when I heard the sound. At first, I took it for a loose panel somewhere on the truck, tapping in the wind. It had a rhythm to it, a dull, hollow knock that carried through the fog. But it didn't change when I moved, didn't shift with the angle. It came from ahead and above, somewhere beyond the bend where the road tightened against the slope. Knock, knock, knock. Even spacing, not hurried, not slow, like something counting out time without caring who listened. I walked to the bend and stopped where the road pinched down to a narrow shelf cut into the mountain. On my left, the slope rose almost vertical, rock and dirt stitched together by roots. On my right, the ground fell away into fog that swallowed everything a few yards out. The sound came from the slope above the road, not from the drop. I craned my neck, but the fog erased the upper ledge. I told myself it was a branch hitting stone, or a loose board in some old structure. Something simple. The mountains hold a lot of old things together by habit, not maintenance. I took a few steps along the shelf, one hand on the rock face, testing the ground with my boots. The knock continued, steady as a metronome. My truck beeped behind me. I turned to see the headlights flicker, then dim. The interior light flashed on and off like it couldn't decide. I jogged back, a quick tight line along the shelf, and pulled the door open. The dashboard was lit up with warnings I hadn't seen before. Icons blinking, gauges dropping to 0, then jumping back. The radio hissed with a thin high noise. I shut it off. The engine turned over once, then gave up. The key felt normal in my hand, but nothing responded the way it should. I checked the battery terminals, even though I knew better than to expect a simple answer. Everything looked clean. No corrosion, no loose cables. I tried the phone again. It powered on, showed the home screen for a second, then the display went black as if the brightness had been turned all the way down. I tapped it. It vibrated once and stayed dark. The knock carried on. I stood there with both hands on the open door, listening, trying to decide if staying put was safer than moving forward. The fog thickened until the trees on the far side of the wall were only shapes. The temperature dropped enough that my breath showed. I thought about walking back down the road, but I had no sense of distance anymore. The map in my head was tied to the map on my phone. Without it, everything felt stretched and unreliable. The sound pulled me forward. It wasn't curiosity so much as a need to fix the problem, to find the source and make it make sense. If it was a loose board, I could stop it. If it was something worse, at least I would know what I was dealing with. I took a flashlight from the glove compartment. It flickered when I clicked it on, then settled into a narrow beam. I shut the truck door, the latch sounding too loud in the fog, and walked back to the bend. The beam caught the rock face and made it look wet, though when I touched it, it felt dry and rough. Knock, 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 knock. I followed the sound along the shelf until the road widened, just enough for a turnout. There was a break in the slope there, a cut where the mountain had been carved back years ago. Above it, maybe 10 or 15 feet up, I saw the outline of a ledge. The fog thinned just enough to show a darker shape, set into the rock. I angled the flashlight up. The beam caught the edge of a structure. Wood, gray with age, half collapsed into the slope. It looked like a small outbuilding, maybe a shed or a lookout. The kind you see in old photos where someone had once tried to make a living on land that never agreed to it. The roof sagged. One wall leaned outward, held by a tangle of boards and roots. The knocking came from inside it. There was no path up to the ledge. The slope was steep, a mix of dirt and loose rock with exposed roots that could be used as handholds if you were careful. I stood there, weighing the risk. The truck was dead. The phone was dead. The road behind me was a question. The sound was the only constant. I climbed. I kept 3 points of contact like I'd been taught, testing each hold before shifting my weight. The flashlight beam bounced and jittered with every movement, making the shadows crawl. The knock continued, unchanged, as if it had been waiting for me to get closer. Halfway up, the beam caught something that didn't fit. A strip of fabric caught on a branch, faded and stiff. I brushed it with the back of my hand. It didn't move much, like it had been there a long time. I didn't recognize it as anything specific, just a piece of something that had once been used and then forgotten. I reached the ledge and pulled myself up, chest scraping the edge. The air felt different there, still as if the fog didn't move in the same way. The structure loomed in front of me. One corner collapsed, the door hanging at an angle. The wood was weathered to a uniform gray. The grain raised and splintered. Knock, knock, knock. It was louder now, close enough that I could feel it in my teeth. I stepped to the doorway and shone the light inside. The interior was small, maybe 8 feet by 8. The floor was uneven, boards warped and split. There was a low bench along one wall, and something like a table in the center, though it had sagged into a shape that didn't match any clean line. The back wall had a narrow opening, not a window exactly, more like a gap where boards had fallen away. At first, I didn't see anything moving. The beam slid across the surfaces, picking out textures nails rusted into place, knots in the wood, a scatter of small debris. Then it caught the far corner. Something shifted there, just at the edge of the light, and then I held the beam steady. The shape resolved into a figure that didn't line up with the space around it. It was too tall for the room, or it held itself in a way that made it seem taller. Its outline was broken by angles that didn't match the straight lines of the boards. It stood near the back wall, close to the gap, as if it had come in from outside and paused. I told myself it was a person, that someone else had found this place, taken shelter, and was as startled as I was. The thought should have brought relief. It didn't. The knocking stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than the sound had been. It pressed in from all sides, filling the gaps. The figure in the corner didn't move in a way I could track. It didn't step forward or back. It seemed to adjust without crossing the space, like a shadow changing with the light. I shifted my weight, the floor creaking under me. The beam wavered. For a second, the light caught more than one outline, as if there were others behind the first, layered into the same space. Not separate bodies, not clearly, just the suggestion of more shapes, where there should have been only one. I took a step back toward the door. My heel hit the threshold, and a loose board shifted. The noise snapped the moment into something sharper. The figure, or whatever I was looking at, tilted. Not its head, not a clear motion, but a change in the angle that made it feel like attention had locked onto me. The knocking resumed, but not from inside. Knock, knock, knock. Knock. It came from below, from the road, echoing up through the structure. The sound had moved. I didn't wait to understand it. I turned and dropped to my hands, lowering myself off the ledge faster than I had climbed. Dirt slid under my boots. A rock gave way and tumbled down into the fog. The sound swallowed before it could finish. I caught a root, steadied, and kept going. The beam of the flashlight stuttered, dimming then flaring back. The light made the fog glow, turning the world into a small bright circle with nothing beyond it. The knocking grew louder as I descended, the rhythm unchanged. When I reached the road, I didn't stop. I moved past the turnout, back along the shelf, keeping my hand on the rock face to guide me. The truck's outline appeared through the fog, a darker block against the gray. The headlights were off now. The interior was dark. Knock, 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 knock. It came from somewhere just beyond the truck, out in the fog over the drop. The sound carried in a way that made it feel close, even though there was nothing to see. I went to the driver's door and yanked it open. The interior light flickered once and died. I slid into the seat and turned the key. For a second, nothing happened. Then the dashboard lit up steady this time. The gauges rose to their normal positions. The radio came on low, a station I hadn't been listening to, then cut to silence. The engine caught, a rough start that smoothed out after a breath. The knocking stopped. I didn't wait for it to start again. I put the truck in gear and eased it forward, careful on the narrow shelf. The fog thinned a little as I moved, not clearing but loosening its grip. The road curved away from the slope and began to descend. I kept my eyes on the edge of the pavement, ignoring the space beyond it. After a few minutes, the phone lit up on the seat beside me. The map returned, the blue arrow snapping back into place as if it had never left. A route appeared, recalculating, offering a way out that didn't include the pass. I took it. I didn't look back at the turnout. I didn't slow near the bend. The knocking didn't follow me down the mountain, or if it did, it was lost in the sound of the engine and the tires on the road. I reached a lower stretch where the trees opened and the fog broke into patches. The sky showed through in thin bands, the last of the light draining away. My hands were steady on the wheel. My breathing matched the rhythm of the drive. When I finally stopped at a wide pull-off near a stream, I turned off the engine and sat in the quiet. The phone worked. The radio worked. The truck started again, without hesitation. Everything was back to normal in a way that felt too complete, like a reset that erased more than it should. I got out and walked to the edge of the pull-off. The stream ran over rocks, a simple clear sound that didn't carry any pattern beyond itself. I listened for a long time, making sure there was nothing else underneath it. On the drive home, I kept the map on even when I knew the turns. I watched the arrow move along the road, a small controlled thing that told me where I was. When I reached the place where the route had suggested the shortcut, I didn't take it. I stayed on the main road, the one that followed the valley and kept the mountains at a distance. I've tried to find that pass again on a map, to see if there's any record of a structure on that slope, any mention of a dead zone where devices fail. There are roads that look similar, lines that wind through the same area, but nothing that matches exactly. The friend who sent me the route doesn't remember it the way I do. He says he pulled it from a forum, that it worked for him in daylight, that he never saw anything unusual. I don't argue with him. I don't show him the photos I took, because there aren't any. The camera app on my phone shows a gap in the sequence, a stretch of time where it should have recorded something and didn't. What I have is the memory of that steady sound, the way it moved when I moved, the way it stopped when I reached the ledge and started again from somewhere else. I have the image of that structure set into the slope, the sense of shapes inside it that didn't fit the space they occupied, and I have the way everything came back online the moment I left, as if the mountain had a boundary I crossed without seeing, a line where the things I rely on simply stop working, until I'm out of reach. I avoid that whole section now. If I'm traveling through those mountains, I stick to roads that are marked, that have signs and traffic and places where other people pass through. I carry a paper map in the glove compartment, folded and creased, something I can use without a signal. Sometimes, late in the evening, when the light flattens and the air cools, I hear a faint, even tapping in the background of ordinary sounds, something that lines up too perfectly to be random. It never lasts long. It never gets close. But it's enough to remind me that there are places where the world I depend on thins out, and something older keeps time just beyond the edge of it. I noticed the marks before I heard anything, long gouges in the siding that hadn't been there the night before, running from the corner post up toward the eaves like something had tried to climb and failed, or climbed and slipped, or simply dragged itself higher for reasons I couldn't place. The boards were pressure-treated pine, less than 2 years old, and whatever made those lines had cut through the stain into pale wood beneath, without splintering it the way a tool would. I stood there with my coffee going cold, tracing one groove with my thumb, and feeling a faint chalky residue that didn't smear, didn't smell like sap or metal. It felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain, like touching a bone that shouldn't be exposed. We sit right at the edge of the trees, the last clearing before the ridge drops into a thick tangle of oak and hemlock. I built the place myself, back when the land was cheap and the nearest neighbor was a mile down the road. I always liked the quiet, the way the forest seemed to absorb sound at night. It had never felt hostile, not until those marks showed up. I told myself it was something ordinary. A bear, maybe, though the spacing wasn't right, and there were no prints in the dirt. A person with a tool, though who would come all the way out here to drag something along my house in the dark. I circled the building twice, checking the windows, the door frames, the shed. There were more marks along the back wall, higher up than I could comfortably reach, all angled slightly downward, as if whatever made them had been moving along the siding instead of straight at it. The dogs wouldn't come around the back. We've got two, both mutts, both used to running the property line and disappearing into the brush for hours. That morning they stayed near the porch, hackles up, eyes fixed on the corner where the worst of the marks were. When I tried to coax them over, they planted their feet and whined low in their throats, not barking, not aggressive, just unwilling. I've seen them face down coyotes without blinking. This was different. This was refusal. I didn't push them, I just made a note of it and went inside. That afternoon I set up one of my old trail cameras on the back corner, angled to catch the siding and a bit of the tree line. I'd used it years ago for deer, and it still worked fine. I figured if something was coming up to the house at night, I'd get a picture of it. Problem solved. That's what I kept telling myself. The first night passed without incident, at least as far as I knew. The dogs slept in the living room, which they don't usually do, and I didn't hear anything out of the ordinary. No footsteps, no scratching, no movement against the walls. In the morning, I checked the camera. There were 3 clips. The first was just wind moving through the leaves, the siding still and intact. The second started the same way, then caught a brief flicker at the edge of the frame, something pale and vertical that passed too quickly to resolve. It didn't look like an animal. It didn't look like anything I could name. The third clip was what made me stop dismissing things. It was mostly darkness. The camera's night mode had kicked in, washing everything in that flat gray. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then the audio picked something up. A thin, high-pitched sound that cut through the usual background of insects. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp enough to feel like it was right up against the microphone. It wavered, dipped, rose again, like something testing a range of notes it hadn't quite settled into. It didn't match any bird or insect I knew, and it didn't have the pattern of a mammal call. It was too precise in places, almost mechanical, but not steady enough to be a machine. The sound went on for maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. A second later, one of those gouges appeared on the siding, forming from top to bottom in a single smooth motion, like an invisible blade dragging downward. The wood parted cleanly, exposing that same pale interior. There was no visible source, no shape, no shadow that made sense. I watched it 3 times before I turned the camera off. I didn't tell my wife everything. I said something had been messing with the house, that I'd seen marks on the siding, and heard a strange animal call on the camera. That was enough to get her attention. We agreed to keep the kids inside after dark for a while, at least until I figured out what we were dealing with. I reinforced the back door that evening, adding an extra steel plate across the frame, and swapping out the screws for longer ones that bit deep into the studs. It felt like overkill, but it also felt necessary in a way I couldn't justify with what I had. The second night was worse. The dog started up just after midnight, not barking but making that same low sustained whine I'd heard earlier, pacing between the living room and the hallway that led to the back of the house. I got up, grabbed the flashlight I keep by the bed, and moved toward the back door. The air inside felt off, like the pressure had shifted slightly, like a storm was about to break even though the sky had been clear when I went to sleep. I didn't open the door. I just stood there and listened. At first there was nothing beyond the dogs and the faint hum of the refrigerator. Then it came again, that high, thin sound, closer this time, right on the other side of the wall. It rose and fell in a pattern that almost felt deliberate, like it was probing for a response. The dogs backed away from the door, pressing themselves against my legs. The sound cut off abruptly. There was a pause, maybe 2 seconds, maybe less. Then something hit the door. It wasn't a knock. It wasn't even a series of impacts. It was one sudden violent blow that made the entire frame shudder, the new steel plate ringing like a struck bell. The deadbolt held. The wood around it groaned, but didn't give. I felt the vibration through the floorboards, up through my legs, into my chest. It was the kind of force you'd expect from a vehicle, not something standing on the other side of a residential door. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just stood there waiting for whatever had hit the door to try again. It didn't. Instead, there was that sound again, but quieter now, almost tentative, as if whatever was outside had shifted position or withdrawn slightly. It lingered for a few seconds, then faded into nothing. I stayed there until the dog stopped whining and settled down, which took longer than I care to admit. When I finally stepped away from the door, my hands were shaking in a way I couldn't control. I checked the locks again, checked the windows, walked the perimeter of the house from the inside, like that would make a difference. In the morning, the door frame showed a shallow indentation around the plate, the wood compressed but not broken. The siding beside it had new marks, deeper than the others, clustered around the edge of the frame as if something had tried to find a seam or a weak point. There were no footprints. The ground was undisturbed. The camera had recorded another clip. This time the sound started immediately, louder and more erratic than before. It shifted in pitch so quickly it was hard to follow, like a string being tightened and loosened over and over again. Halfway through, the image flickered. Not like a glitch, but like something had passed very close to the lens, distorting the light. For a single frame there was a shape, elongated and indistinct, with edges that didn't hold still long enough to define. Then it was gone, and the clip ended with the same downward gouge appearing on the siding, a fresh line cutting into the wood. I stopped thinking in terms of animals after that. We moved the kids into our room that night. I didn't explain why beyond saying I wanted everyone together. My wife didn't argue. She'd seen the door, heard the dogs, felt the same unease that had settled over the house. We kept the lights on, all of them, inside and out. It didn't feel like enough, but it was something. I spent most of the night awake, sitting in a chair angled toward the back hallway, listening for that sound. It came again, just before 3, softer this time, almost distant, like it was moving along the tree line instead of right up against the house. The dogs lifted their heads but didn't get up. They watched the hallway, ears forward, bodies tense. I didn't go to the door. I didn't want to provoke another impact. Didn't want to test whether the reinforcements would hold a second time. I just listened as the sound drifted, rose, fell, then disappeared into the background noise of the forest. It didn't come back that night. Over the next few days, I made changes. I added motion lights along the back and sides of the house, upgraded the locks on every door, installed a second camera facing the tree line instead of the siding. I cleared a wider buffer between the house and the forest, cutting back brush and small trees to open up the space. It felt like drawing a line, even if I knew lines like that don't mean much to something that doesn't follow the same rules. The marks kept appearing, not every night, and not always in the same place, but enough to tell me whatever was out there hadn't moved on. Sometimes they showed up high on the siding near the roof line. Other times they clustered low near the foundation, as if something had been testing different approaches. The dogs never went near those areas anymore. They'd skirt the edges of the yard, keeping a wide berth around the back corner, eyes fixed on the shadows beyond the lights. The recordings continued too. Always at night, always that same high-pitched vocalization, shifting and uneven, never quite repeating the same pattern twice. Occasionally, the cameras would catch those brief distortions, flashes of something that didn't resolve into a clear shape. No full body, no definitive outline, just hints that something was there, moving in ways the sensors struggled to capture. I sent one of the audio clips to a friend who works in wildlife management, stripped of any context. He called me back later that day, confused. He said it didn't match anything in his reference library. Not bird, not insect, not mammal. He asked where I'd recorded it. I told him it was near the house, out by the woods. He paused for a long moment, then said to keep an eye on things and let him know if I got more. I didn't tell him about the door. I don't know what it wants. I don't know if want even applies. All I know is that it came out of those trees after we pushed the edge of the clearing a little farther in, after we took more space than we had before. The timing lines up too cleanly to ignore. It feels less like a random encounter and more like a response, like we crossed a boundary we didn't know existed. We haven't had another impact against the door since that second night. That's the part that bothers me the most. It tried once, hard enough to test the structure, then stopped. Everything since then has been quieter, more measured. Marks on the siding, sounds in the dark, movement at the edge of the cameras. It feels like observation. We keep the doors reinforced now. All of them. The lights stay on through the night. The kids don't go outside after dusk, and the dogs don't have to be told to stay in. I walk the perimeter every evening before it gets fully dark, checking for new marks, new signs of activity. I don't go into the trees anymore, not even during the day. That part of the property might as well not exist. Last night I found a new set of gouges on the back wall, higher than any before, nearly at the roof line. They were deeper too, cutting clean through the siding and into the insulation beneath. When I touched the exposed edge, that same chalky residue clung to my skin, dry and faintly cool. The camera facing the tree line picked up something different this time. No clear image, but a sustained distortion like heat shimmer held in one place, just beyond the reach of the lights. The audio was there, of course, that thin, searching sound, but underneath it was something else, a low, steady pressure that didn't register as a distinct noise, so much as a presence, like standing too close to heavy machinery and feeling it in your bones. It held there for several seconds right at the boundary of the cleared ground, then shifted slightly forward before the clip cut out. I went out this morning to check the distance between that point and the house. It's less than it used to be. I measured it once when I first cleared the area, just to have a baseline. It's closer now by a margin I can't explain with simple erosion or growth. The line between the yard and the forest has moved, subtly but undeniably, as if something has been pressing in from the other side. I've started marking the ground with stakes, tracking that edge day by day. I don't know if it's actually changing or if I'm seeing patterns where none exist, but I need something concrete to hold on to, something I can measure. Tonight I'll check them again before dark. I'll make sure the doors are secure, the lights are working, the cameras are set. I'll listen for that sound and hope it stays at the edge. Hope it doesn't test the door again. Hope whatever line I've drawn holds for one more night, because the marks are getting higher and the sounds are getting closer. And whatever is out there has learned exactly where the house gives and where it doesn't. And I don't think it's done trying. I found the glove in a place no one had reason to be, not even me. It was wedged under a slab of shale halfway down a narrow cut in the ridge, the kind of place water chews through over years and leaves a shallow gully full of slick stones and leaf rot. I'd hunted that ridge since I was a boy. I knew the runs deer favored, the breaks in the laurel where you could slip through without getting shredded, the way the ground tilted just enough toward the creek that you could follow it blindfolded. That morning I was checking a line of old snares I hadn't used in a season, more out of habit than need, moving easy, confident, not paying much mind to where my boots landed. The glove stopped me because it didn't belong. It was bright blue, the kind you buy in pairs at a gas station when it's colder than you expected. Nylon shell, rubberized palm, size small, clean in a way nothing stays clean out there. No mud worked into the seams, no fraying at the fingertips. It looked like it had been set there on purpose, tucked just enough under the rock to keep from blowing away. When I pulled it free, the inside was dry and warm, like it had been in someone's pocket. I knew who it belonged to before I let myself say her name. Lena Cooper had gone missing 3 days earlier. Everyone in town knew it. Her truck had been found off the service road near the old fire break. Doors unlocked, keys still in the cup holder. They'd searched the easy places first. Trailheads, creek crossings, the ridgelines you can see from the road. Then they'd pushed farther in. I'd been part of that search the day before, walking a grid with men I've known my whole life, calling her name into hollows that swallow sound. Lena always wore those gloves in winter. I'd seen her in them at the store, at the post office, once standing at the edge of the woods asking me where the trail forked toward the overlook. She was new to the area, Asked questions the way people do when they think maps can explain a place. I turned the glove over in my hand. There was a faint scuff across the palm, like it had been dragged over stone. No blood, nothing torn. Just a mark that didn't belong on something that clean. I stood there longer than I should have, listening. The woods were quiet in that midday way. No wind, no birds carrying on. Just the small, steady drip of water working its way down through rock and root. I remember thinking I should mark the spot, call it in, bring the others back. That was the right thing to do. That was the way you handle something like that. Instead, I put the glove in my jacket pocket and stepped down into the cut. It wasn't a deep ravine, not at first. More like a crease in the mountain that deepened as it ran. The sides rose slow, then faster. Walls of dirt and stone with laurel crowding the edges. I moved careful, testing each step, eyes working ahead for anything out of place. I told myself I was just following sign, just doing what I was good at. The truth was simpler. I thought I could find her. The cut curved out of sight after 100 yards or so. I took that turn and felt the light change. The trees leaned in tighter there, branches knitting overhead, turning the afternoon gray. The ground underfoot shifted from leaves to damp, packed soil, then to slick rock where water ran thin and constant. My boots made that hollow sound you get when you step on stone with a little give under it. I saw another piece of blue then, farther down, caught on a low branch. It wasn't the other glove, it was a strip, no wider than my finger, snagged and fluttering just enough to draw the eye. I climbed up the bank to get it, pushed through laurel that clawed at my sleeves. The strip came free easy. Same material, same color, torn this time, edge rough. That should have been the moment I stopped. Instead, I pushed on. I remember the path in pieces. A fallen log I stepped over, slick with moss. A patch of ferns flattened in a way that could have been from an animal or a person. The sound of water growing louder, then fading again as the cut bent away. I remember checking the sun once, or trying to, and not being able to see it through the canopy. I remember thinking I knew exactly where I was, that if I needed to, I could climb out to the right and hit the old logging road within 10 minutes. Then there's a gap. I don't mean I lost my bearings. I mean I lost time. One moment I was stepping down into a narrower section, where the walls rose shoulder high on either side, the ground dropping in short, uneven ledges. The next, I was standing at the bottom of a deeper ravine, walls steep and close, the sky a thin strip overhead, and I had no memory of getting there. My watch said it was nearly dusk. I don't rush to panic. Out there, that's how you make mistakes that stack. I took a breath, felt for what was real. The ground under me was wet, colder than it should have been. My boots were caked in mud up to the laces, which I didn't remember happening. My hands were scraped along the knuckles like I'd been grabbing at rock. The glove in my pocket pressed against my ribs. I turned slowly, taking in the shape of the place. The ravine ran straight for a stretch, then bent sharp to the left. The walls were higher than any cut I knew on that ridge, packed dirt and exposed root, slick where water had seeped down. There were no easy climbs out, not without a rope or a lot of time. I told myself I'd taken a wrong turn, that I'd followed the cut farther than I realized, dropped into something that ran deeper than the map showed. It happens. The woods look the same if you don't keep track. Even for me, I started back the way I thought I'd come. That's when I heard her. My name carried soft and close, like someone standing just out of sight. I froze. And there's a way sound moves in those hollows. It bends, bounces, comes from places it shouldn't. I've heard my own voice come back to me from the wrong direction. I've heard a branch snap behind me when nothing was there. You learn to weigh it, to not trust the first thing your ears tell you. But this was different. It wasn't just my name. It was the way she said it. Lena had a habit of stretching the last syllable, like she wasn't sure you'd heard her the first time. It was a small thing, but it stuck. I didn't answer. The voice came again, a little louder, from farther down the ravine, over here, clear enough that I could have pointed to it. No echo, no distortion, just a person calling, Every sensible part of me said stay put. Mark your location. Wait for help. Night was coming on. The search teams would be out again at first light. I had a radio in my pack. I could call in, give them what I knew, but I had her glove in my pocket. I had a strip of it torn and hanging on a branch. I had a voice that sounded like a woman who had been missing for 3 days, calling my name, like she could see me. I moved toward it. The ravine narrowed as I went, walls closing in, until I had to turn sideways in places to squeeze through. The ground sloped down in uneven drops, water running stronger now, slicking the stone. I kept one hand on the wall to steady myself, fingers sliding over cold mud and exposed roots. Here, the voice said, closer now. I can't get up. It came from around the bend. I rounded it and saw nothing. The ravine opened a little there, widening into a pocket where the ground dropped off sharper. A deep cut, maybe 15 feet down, choked with fallen branches and rock. Water ran through it, disappearing under a tangle of debris. It would be easy to slip there, to fall and get wedged in a way you couldn't climb out. I stepped closer to the edge and looked down. There was no one. Lena, I said before I could stop myself. My voice sounded wrong in that place. Flat. Swallowed. Down here, she answered from below me this time. From somewhere in the tangle. I leaned farther over, bracing a hand on a rock. It shifted under my weight just enough to make me pull back. I scanned the mess of branches and shadow, looking for movement, for any sign of a person. Nothing. Say something, I called, louder now. There was a pause, then softer, almost right behind me. I'm right here. I spun around. The ravine was empty. That's when the ground gave. It wasn't a clean fall. My foot slipped on the wet stone. My weight shifted wrong, and the edge I'd been standing on crumbled just enough to send me forward. I went down hard, sliding on my side, grabbing at anything that would hold. My hand caught a root that tore loose, then another that held just long enough to slow me before I hit the bottom of the cut. The impact knocked the breath out of me. For a moment, all I could hear was the rush of water and the thud of my own heartbeat in my ears. I lay there, staring up at the thin strip of sky, trying to piece together how I'd just ended up where I was. The voice didn't come again. I tested my limbs, nothing broken. My left shoulder ached where I'd hit, and my side felt like it would bruise deep, but I could move. I rolled to my knees, pushed myself up, and took in my surroundings. From the bottom, the cut looked deeper. The walls rose straight up on either side, slick with mud and roots. The way I'd come down was a slope of loose dirt and stone that shifted under my weight when I tried to climb it. I made it halfway before sliding back, boots digging in and finding nothing to hold. I tried another spot. Same result. I could work my way along the bottom, I told myself. Find a place where the walls eased, where I could climb out. It might take time, but it was doable. I'd been in worse spots. I started moving downstream. The light faded faster down there. What little sky I could see turned from gray to a dim, even darker shade. The water grew louder, rushing through narrower gaps, pulling in deeper pockets I had to wade through. The cold soaked through my boots, up into my legs. I kept expecting to hear her again. I kept waiting for that voice to come from somewhere I could fix on, to give me a direction that made sense. It stayed quiet. By the time full dark settled, I'd found a place where the wall sloped enough that I could climb. It took effort, fingers digging into mud, boots finding small holds, but I made it up and out, hauling myself over the lip and onto flat ground. I lay there for a while, breathing hard, staring up at a sky I could barely see through the trees. When I got to my feet, I knew something was wrong. The forest around me didn't match any part of that ridge I knew. The trees were spaced too evenly, trunks straight and close, like a stand that had grown up all at once. The ground was bare in a way it shouldn't have been, leaves pushed aside to show dark soil beneath. There were no familiar landmarks, no old blazes on trees, no cut stumps, nothing to anchor me. I pulled out my radio and called in. Static answered me. I tried again, moving a few steps, holding it higher. Nothing. I had a headlamp in my pack. I switched it on, the beam cutting a narrow path through the dark. I picked a direction that felt like it should lead me out, uphill, toward where I thought the ridgeline would be, and started walking. I don't remember how long I walked. There are pieces. The beam catching on tree trunks that all looked the same. The ground sloping in ways that didn't match the map in my head. The sense that I was moving in circles, even when I tried to keep a straight line. At some point, I must have stopped. At some point, I must have sat down, or leaned against a tree, or just closed my eyes for a moment. The next thing I remember is waking up to voices. Real voices this time. Multiple, calling out. Moving through the woods with purpose. Flashlights cutting through the trees. Beams crossing and recrossing. I pushed myself up disoriented and called back. They found me a few minutes later. The search party had spread wider that morning, pushing into areas they hadn't covered yet. One of them, a man named Carter, knelt beside me, checking me over with quick practiced movements. He asked me where I'd been, what had happened. I started to answer, then stopped, because the place they'd found me wasn't anywhere near the ravine. We were on the far side of the ridge, a good mile from where I'd last had a clear memory. The ground there was flat, open in patches with an old overgrown trail cutting through. I'd walked that trail dozens of times. There was no deep ravine anywhere near it. They helped me back to the staging area, got me water, wrapped me in a blanket even though I said I didn't need it. I told them about the glove, about the strip of fabric, about the voice. I told them where I thought I'd gone in. They listened. They didn't say much. When we went back to the spot I'd described, with more people and daylight, we found the cut. We found the place where the strip of blue had been snagged. We found the pocket where the ground dropped off. At the bottom of that drop, caught on a broken branch, they found the other glove. They also found something else, a length of rope, coiled and wedged between rocks. One end was frayed, like it had snapped under tension. It wasn't mine. I don't carry rope like that unless I know I'll need it. No one in the search party claimed it. Later, when they checked the trail where they'd found me, they pointed out marks I hadn't noticed. Scuffs in the dirt, disturbed patches of leaves, my boot prints, clear as anything, moving along that old path for a stretch, then veering off into the trees in a line that didn't make sense. I have no memory of walking that trail. I have no memory of leaving the ravine, of crossing the ridge, of ending up where they found me. There's a gap there that won't fill. No matter how many times I go over it, they never found Lena. They kept searching for days after, then weeks in smaller groups. They covered ground I'd never seen anyone bother with. They checked the ravine again, and the areas around it, and the places beyond. Nothing. I don't go into that part of the woods anymore. I stick to the lower trails, the ones that stay close to the road, where the ground is open and the trees don't close in. I don't follow cuts. I don't have to. I don't trust the way a place looks just because I've seen it before. Sometimes when it's quiet, I think I hear my name carry through the trees, soft and close, like someone standing just out of sight. I don't answer, and I don't go looking. The glove is still in my jacket pocket. I haven't taken it out since that day. I can feel it there sometimes when I move. The shape of it pressing against me like a reminder of a place I know I walked into and can't remember leaving. A place that looks like any other stretch of woods until it doesn't, until the ground drops out from under you, and the voice you trust isn't coming from where you think it is. I remember the way the clearing looked wrong before I could explain why. We had been climbing since late morning, following a narrow game trail that cut across the shoulder of the mountain. The map marked nothing up there except elevation lines bunched tight together, but we liked places like that. Empty spots where you could feel like the first people to step through. By the time the trees thinned and the ground leveled out, the sun was still high, bright enough to flatten the shadows between the stones. That was the first thing I noticed. The stones. They weren't boulders exactly, more like tall, narrow slabs, gray and pitted, pushed up out of the earth at odd angles. Some leaned together, some stood alone, and a few formed shapes that looked intentional if you stared too long. I told myself it was erosion, frost heave, whatever explanation fit best. Still, the arrangement gave the clearing a boundary without a wall. We stepped into it anyway. There were 5 of us. Me, Aaron, Jess, Luke, and Carter. We'd done hikes together for years. Nothing extreme, just long day trips and the occasional overnight. Aaron usually took the lead. He was the one who'd suggested this route, pointing out the elevation and the view we might get if the tree line opened enough. He slowed first. At the center of the clearing, there was a circle, not drawn in the dirt, not marked with stones. It was made of things left behind, clothing, packs, boot. Everything was laid out with a kind of care that didn't match the place. Jackets folded, shirts stacked, a pair of hiking boots set side by side like someone had just stepped out of them and meant to come back. There were at least 3 full sets of gear, maybe more if you counted smaller items tucked in between. No dirt on them, no signs of weathering, just clean enough to look recent but not new. We stopped at the edge of it. Nobody spoke for a moment. The air felt thinner than it should have, like we'd climbed higher than we actually had. Luke finally let out a low whistle, the kind he used when he didn't know what else to say. He stepped closer, crouching near a pack. He didn't touch it, just leaned in, looking at the straps, the buckles. "People don't just leave this," he said, more to himself than to us. Jess shook her head. "Maybe search and rescue, or some kind of marker?" "It's not marked," I said. "It's arranged." That word stuck in my throat the second I said it. Arranged felt too deliberate, too intentional. Aaron walked a slow circle around the outside, keeping a few feet of distance. His eyes moved from item to item, cataloging. He'd always been methodical like that. "IDs?" Carter asked. "Phones?" Luke reached toward one of the packs. Aaron snapped his head up. "Don't." Luke froze, hand hovering. "Just don't mess with it yet," Aaron said. "We don't know what this is." Luke pulled his hand back, wiping it on his shorts like he'd touched something already. We all stood there, looking at it, waiting for someone to decide what to do next. That's when I noticed the temperature. It wasn't a breeze. The air itself felt colder, like someone had turned down a dial we couldn't see. My arms prickled, and I rubbed them without thinking. "You feel that?" Jess said. Everyone nodded. The sky above us was clear. No clouds moving in. No shadow crossing the sun. But inside the circle, and maybe 10 feet around it, it was colder. Not freezing, but wrong enough to notice immediately. Aaron stepped closer, just inside that invisible boundary. "Hey," I said, but he didn't stop. He crouched near one of the jackets, leaning in like Luke had. His breath fogged faintly in front of him. I saw it and felt something shift in my stomach. "That's not right," Jess said. Aaron didn't answer. He reached out slowly and touched the sleeve of the jacket. Nothing happened. No sound, no movement, just his hand resting there. He pulled back after a second, flexing his fingers. "It's dry," he said. "No condensation. No." He stopped mid-sentence. His head tilted slightly, like he was listening to something none of us could hear. "Aaron?" I said. He didn't look at me. Instead, he took a step forward, deeper into the circle. Then another. "Aaron," Jess said, sharper now. He kept moving until he stood almost at the center, surrounded by the gear. His shoulders relaxed in a way that didn't match the situation, like he'd just stepped into a warm room after being out in the cold. "It's fine," he said quietly. His voice sounded off, not louder or softer, just flattened. "What do you mean, it's fine?" Luke asked. Aaron's eyes moved slowly over the items around him. He turned in a slow circle, mirroring the shape at his feet. "They left it like this," he said. "They knew." "Knew what?" Carter asked. Aaron didn't respond right away. His lips moved, but the words came out delayed, like he was repeating something he'd already heard. "They knew to leave it behind." Jess stepped forward, stopping just short of the cold boundary. "Aaron, come back over here." He looked at her then, but it didn't feel like he was seeing her. "They're not gone," he said. They just stepped out. The way he said it made my skin tighten. Out where? I asked. Aaron's gaze shifted past us toward the far edge of the clearing where the ground sloped down sharply into a drop we hadn't noticed at first. It wasn't a cliff straight down, but it was steep enough that one wrong step would send you sliding through rock and brush for a long way before you stopped. They went that way, he said. No, Jess said immediately. No, they didn't. Aaron took a step toward the edge. That broke whatever hesitation we had. Luke and I moved at the same time, crossing into the cold without thinking. It hit harder up close, like stepping into shade that shouldn't exist. Aaron, stop, I said, grabbing his arm. He didn't resist at first. He just kept looking toward the slope, his body angled like he was about to continue. They're waiting, he said. For what? Luke asked, gripping his other arm. Aaron blinked, slow and deliberate. For us to figure it out. His tone didn't change. No fear. No urgency, just repetition. Jess stayed just outside the circle, her voice tight. You're not making sense. Come back here. Aaron pulled slightly. Not enough to break free, but enough to show he was trying to keep moving. They left it so it's easier, he said. You don't need it. None of it matters when you... He stopped again, head tilting the same way as before. When you what? I said. When you step out, he finished. The phrase hung there, identical to what he'd said earlier, like a loop closing in on itself. Carter moved in behind us. We need to get him out of here. Now Aaron's pulling got stronger, more insistent, not frantic, just steady, like someone walking downhill who didn't want to stop. We tightened our grip. Let go, he said. No, Luke said. You're making it harder, Aaron replied, still calm. You're supposed to leave it. Leave what? I said, even though I knew. He glanced down at his own clothes, then back toward the slope. All of it. All of it. That was enough. Jess, grab his pack, Carter said. We're getting out. Jess nodded, already moving to unclip Aaron's pack from his shoulders. He didn't react to that. Didn't even seem to notice the weight coming off him. The second the strap slipped free, he took another step forward, pulling against us with more force than before. Hey, Luke shouted, bracing. Aaron's expression didn't change. If anything, it smoothed out more, like the effort didn't register. They're almost there, he said. We're late. There is no they, Jess snapped. He turned his head toward her, and for a second I thought something in his eyes shifted back. Recognition, maybe. Then it was gone. We shouldn't keep them waiting, he said. He lunged. Then, not a full sprint, but a sudden committed movement toward the slope. We held on. The ground under our feet was uneven. Loose rock and packed dirt. My boots slid an inch, then caught. Luke swore under his breath, digging in. Carter grabbed Aaron around the chest from behind, locking his arms. Stop fighting us, Carter yelled. I'm not fighting, Aaron said, and he was right. He wasn't struggling in the way you'd expect. No jerking, no wild thrashing, just that same steady forward pressure, like gravity had shifted direction, and he was leaning into it. We dragged him backward, step by step. The cold seemed to deepen the closer we were to the center, like it resisted us leaving. My fingers went numb around his sleeve. My breath came out in short bursts I could see now. Keep moving, Jess said, her voice tight but controlled. Don't stop. We crossed the edge of the circle. It was immediate. The temperature lifted like a weight coming off. The air felt normal again, warm even in comparison. Aaron's body went slack for a second, his forward pull disappearing. We didn't let go. He blinked rapidly, like someone waking up too fast. What? He started, then stopped. His eyes darted around, taking in the clearing, the gear, the slope. Confusion settled in, heavy and real. Why are you holding me? He asked. None of us answered right away. Because you were walking toward that drop, Luke said finally. Aaron looked at the slope, then back at us. No, I wasn't. You were, I said. You kept saying they were waiting. His face tightened. Who? We didn't respond. Jess stepped closer, scanning his face. Do you remember the circle? Aaron turned slowly, looking at it again. His gaze lingered on the arranged clothing. I remember seeing it, he said. Then it just felt like we should check it out. You went into it, Carter said. Aaron shook his head. I didn't. You did, I said. You said they left it behind so it would be easier. He frowned, like he was trying to recall something just out of reach. I don't remember saying that, he said. Silence settled over us again, heavier this time. We all looked at the circle. Nothing had changed. The gear was still laid out, undisturbed. The stones still leaned at their odd angles. The sunlight still hit the clearing the same way, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was waiting. Not for us specifically. Just waiting. We're leaving, Jess said, firm. No one argued. We moved quickly, keeping a wide distance from the circle as we skirted the edge of the clearing. No one suggested taking anything, checking for IDs, calling it in from there. All of that could happen later, from somewhere that didn't feel like it was watching. Aaron stayed between us as we walked, not restrained now, but close enough that we could grab him again if we had to. He didn't say much on the way down, none of us did. The sun dipped lower as we descended, shadows stretching longer between the trees. The air warmed as we lost elevation, but I kept expecting that sudden drop again, that invisible boundary. It never came. We reached the trailhead near dusk. The parking lot was empty except for our cars. Everything looked normal. Too normal. Aaron leaned against the side of his car, rubbing his temples. I don't remember any of that, he said quietly. Jess nodded. I figured. He looked at me. Was it bad? I thought about the way he'd moved, the way his voice had flattened into something not quite his. Yeah, I said. It was. We reported what we saw later that night, gave coordinates, described the clearing, the gear, everything. The person on the other end of the line took it seriously enough, said they'd send someone out. I don't know if they ever found it. Part of me hopes they didn't. A week later, I was cleaning out my pack when I found something I didn't remember picking up. It was a glove. Not mine. Not anyone's from our group. It was folded neatly, like it had been placed there on purpose. I held it for a long time, trying to convince myself there was a simple explanation, that I'd grabbed it without thinking, that it had gotten mixed in somehow. But I couldn't remember touching anything in that circle, not a single thing. I drove back up there the next day, alone, stopping short of the trail that led up the mountain. I sat in my car for a while, looking at the tree line, trying to decide if I was actually going to go back. I didn't. I threw the glove out before I left, tossing it into a trash bin at the edge of the lot. As I pulled away, I checked the rearview mirror without meaning to. For a second, I thought I saw something pale sitting on the passenger seat, folded, waiting. When I got home, the seat was empty, but sometimes when I'm halfway between waking and sleep, I hear that same flat voice in the back of my head, repeating a phrase I don't remember learning, something that feels like it belongs to that clearing more than it does to me. You don't need it. None of it matters when you step out. I came up to that spring at high noon because the map said it would be quiet, and I needed quiet in a way that felt physical, like pressure easing off a bruise. The trail thinned to a line of flattened leaves, and then disappeared into a stand of hemlock that kept the sun in strips. I had been hiking alone for 3 days, following ridges that folded into each other like pages. My head had been loud before I left, and I thought the rhythm of walking would settle it. By the time I reached the spring, I could hear my own breathing again instead of everything else. It was brighter than I expected. The canopy opened just enough for a clean circle of light to fall onto the water. The spring itself was small, maybe 6 feet across, ringed with stones that looked set there on purpose. The water was clear to the point of being hard to look at, like glass laid over a deeper hole. I set my pack down and knelt, feeling the cool dampness soak through the knees of my pants. I remember thinking how still it was. No breeze, no birds arguing overhead. Even the insects had that lazy background hum that you stop noticing after a while. It felt like a place that didn't get visited, Or maybe didn't want to be. I leaned over to rinse my face and saw my reflection waiting there. At first it was normal. The same stubble, the same line of sweat at my hairline, the same crease between my eyebrows that had set in over the past year. I cupped water in my hands and brought it up, and the reflection followed, just a fraction behind, like a bad video connection catching up. I froze with the water dripping from my fingers. The reflection finished the motion a heartbeat later and then held still, staring up at me. I lowered my hand slowly. The reflection didn't move. It stayed with its hands lifted, water still cupped, though nothing fell from them. Its eyes were on me, not tracking my movement, just fixed. There was something off about the way it held itself, like it was posing for a photograph it didn't understand. I straightened up and took a step back from the edge. In the water, it stayed crouched, hands raised, gaze locked. The silence hit then. It wasn't gradual. It cut out all at once like a switch flipped. The low hum of insects vanished. The occasional leaf rustle above me stopped. Even the distant, constant whisper of wind moving across the ridge dropped away. It wasn't just quiet, it was absence, like sound had been taken out of the air. My ears rang in the space it left. When I looked back at the water, the reflection had lowered its hands, but I hadn't. My own hands were at my sides. In the spring, the other version of me had let the water go and placed its palms flat on the stones, leaning closer to the surface as if trying to push through it. Its face was closer now, features slightly warped by the water, but not enough to hide the expression. It looked like recognition. I stepped back again, a sharper movement this time, and my heel caught on a root. I stumbled and caught myself against a tree, bark scraping my palm. The reflection didn't mirror the stumble. It shifted differently, as if reacting to something else entirely. Its head turned slightly, as though listening to a sound I couldn't hear. I became aware of my watch then because of the way the light hit it. It was a simple digital watch, scratched from years of use, the band worn smooth. I had checked it before leaving the trail, marking the time out of habit. Just after noon. Now the display flickered. I lifted my wrist to get a better look. The numbers jumped, not forward in a clean increment, but in stuttering bursts. 42, 19, all three, 42, 1908. They blurred into each other too fast to follow, as if the watch was trying to catch up to something that kept moving away from it. The plastic casing felt warmer than it should have under the sun. I pressed the button to reset it, to bring it back to something that made sense, but the display went dark for a second, and then returned with a time that didn't match anything I recognized. The digits were still numbers, but arranged in a way that didn't fit a day. In the water, the reflection lifted its own wrist. It was wearing the same watch, but the band looked cracked, the plastic cloudy like it had been left out in weather for years. The face was opaque, no light coming through it at all. It held that wrist close to its eyes, turning it as if trying to read something that wasn't there. My chest tightened. I could feel my pulse in my throat, too loud in the silence. I took another step back, putting more distance between me and the spring. The ground sloped gently upward, roots and stones making it uneven. I didn't take my eyes off the water. The reflection tracked me now, but not in sync. It moved when I paused, stopped when I shifted, like it was anticipating rather than mirroring. There was a point where our positions lined up again by accident. I was standing. It was standing. I lifted my right hand slowly. In the water it lifted its left, not mirrored, opposite. It held it there, palm out like a warning or a signal. The pressure came out of nowhere. It felt like someone had put both hands on my chest and shoved hard. There was no time to react. My back hit the tree behind me, the impact knocking the air out of my lungs in a rough burst. Bark bit into my shoulder blades. I slid down a few inches before catching myself, hands scrambling for purchase. There was no one there. I pushed away from the tree, breath coming in shallow pulls. The silence made it worse, made every movement of my own body feel too loud, too exposed. I looked around again, scanning the edges of the clearing, expecting to see someone step out, to hear something that explained it. Nothing. When I looked back to the spring, the reflection was closer to the surface than before. Its face filled more of the circle, features stretched by the angle but unmistakably mine. Its mouth was moving, no sound came with it. I found myself leaning forward despite everything, drawn by the need to understand what it was trying to say. The edge of the water was only a step away. I could see the way the light broke across its eyes, the way the skin around them looked thinner, almost gray. Its lips formed words I couldn't hear, slow, deliberate shapes. I shook my head more to myself than to it, and took another step back. The push came again, harder. This time it wasn't just my chest. It hit me at an angle like a shoulder check, driving me sideways. My foot slipped on the damp earth and I went down, catching myself on one hand. Pain shot up my wrist. The world tilted for a second, and the circle of the spring slid out of my direct line of sight. The instant it did, the sound came back. It rushed in all at once. Insects buzzing, leaves whispering, a bird calling somewhere higher up the slope. It was almost painful after the absence, a sudden flood that made me flinch. I pushed myself up, heart hammering, and looked back at the water. It was just a reflection. Perfectly in sync now. My movement. Its movement. The same timing, the same angle. My face looking back at me with the same confusion and strain. I stayed there for a long minute, testing it with small motions. Raising a hand, tilting my head, stepping left and right. It followed exactly. The silence didn't return. The forest sounded normal again, alive in the way it had been before. I let out a breath. I didn't realize I'd been holding, and sat back on my heels. My hand was still throbbing where I had caught myself. There was a smear of dirt across my palm, a shallow scrape but nothing serious. I told myself it had been a trick of light, of fatigue. 3 days alone, not eating enough, letting my head fill the empty space with something it shouldn't. The push could have been me losing balance, a misstep I hadn't registered correctly. The explanation felt thin, but it was something I could hold on to. I reached for my pack to get my water bottle, planning to fill it and move on. The sooner I left the clearing, the easier it would be to put it behind me. My watch caught my eye again. The display was stable now. It read 12:22, but the casing was wrong. The smooth plastic I was used to was rough under my thumb. There were fine cracks running along the edge, branching like veins. The band had a split near the buckle that I knew hadn't been there before. The surface of the screen was cloudy, as if it had been worn down by years of use, not the few hours since I had last looked at it. I turned it over. The metal backing was discolored, a dull, mottled gray. There was a line of corrosion along the seam where it met the plastic. It looked old, not just used, but aged. I pressed the button again. The display flickered once, and held 12:22. The same time, I looked back at the spring without meaning to. The reflection looked back unchanged, matching my movement. For a moment, everything held steady. Then the reflection blinked out of sync. It was subtle. A fraction of a second where its eyes closed after mine had already opened. But it was enough. I stepped away from the water, slow at first, then faster. The clearing felt smaller now. The edges closer. The trees leaning in a way I hadn't noticed before. The light seemed harsher, too bright against the dark of the forest beyond. I slung my pack over my shoulder, not bothering to secure it properly. My focus was on the trail I had come in on, the faint line through the undergrowth that led back to something more solid, more defined. As I moved, I kept glancing back despite myself. Each time, the reflection was there, matching me, until it wasn't. I was halfway to the edge of the clearing when I looked back and saw it still standing at the water's edge, not in the same position as me, not moving, just standing there, watching me leave. My stomach dropped. I stopped without meaning to, caught between the instinct to run and the need to confirm what I had seen. I turned fully. The spring was still in the center of the clearing, light falling across it in the same clean circle. The surface of the water was smooth. My reflection stood at the edge, where I had been seconds before. It faced me directly. Even at that distance, I could see the set of its shoulders, the way it held its head slightly forward. It lifted its hand. I didn't. It made a small motion, curling its fingers toward itself, like a beckoning gesture. The forest around me dimmed, in a way that didn't match the sun overhead. The edges of my vision seemed to pull inward, focusing everything on that single point at the center of the clearing. I took a step back. The pressure hit me again, but this time it was different. Not a shove away, but a pull. A force that dragged at my chest and arms, urging me forward. My feet slid an inch over the ground before I dug my heels in. The silence snapped back into place. Everything else dropped out. No insects, no wind, just the thin, high ringing in my ears. In the water, the other version of me leaned forward, both hands coming up to press against the surface. Its mouth moved again, faster now, urgency in the shapes. I couldn't hear it. I shook my head hard, trying to break whatever hold that moment had on me. My hand tightened around the strap of my pack until my knuckles ached. I took another step back, then another, forcing my body to move against the pull. Each step felt like walking through something thick, resistance pressing against my legs, my chest. The reflection's movements grew more frantic. It struck the surface of the water with its hands, sending ripples outward that didn't reach the edges of the spring. Its face twisted, not in anger but in something closer to panic. I turned and ran. The trail was hard to follow at first. My vision still narrowed, my focus dragging back toward the clearing behind me. Branches caught at my arms. Roots threatened to trip me. I didn't slow down. The silence held for a few more steps, then broke again as the sounds of the forest rushed back in. It came with a shift in the air, a sense of release that let my body move more freely. I didn't stop running until the ground leveled out, and the trail widened into something unmistakable. Only then did I slow, bending forward with my hands on my knees, breath tearing in and out of my lungs. The watch on my wrist felt heavy. I looked at it again, half expecting the numbers to be wrong, the casing to have changed further. It still read 1222. The cracks were still there. The clouded screen. I stayed there for a long time, letting my breathing settle, listening to the normal sounds of the forest to anchor myself. When I finally straightened up, I didn't look back. I hiked out that day without stopping again. I kept to the main trail, past two other hikers near the parking area who nodded as they went by. Their presence felt unreal in a different way, like I was stepping back into something I had almost lost. I didn't mention the spring to them. I drove down the mountain with the windows open, letting the air rush through the car, grounding myself in the noise and movement. The watch stayed on my wrist the whole time. I checked it at a gas station on the way home against the clock inside. It matched. I've tried to find that spring again since then, going back to the same trailhead, following the same route. The map still marks it, a small blue circle off the path. Each time I get to where it should be and find only trees. The ground unbroken, no clearing, no water. The watch hasn't changed any further. It still looks older than it should, still carries those fine cracks in that clouded face. It still keeps perfect time. Sometimes when I'm alone and the room is quiet, I catch my reflection in a dark screen or a window and watch it a little too closely. Every so often it feels like it's a fraction behind me or ahead. I don't go back into the mountains alone anymore. Not to places where the map thins out and the trail fades. I keep to marked paths, to areas where there are other people within shouting distance. But there are moments, even here, when the sound drops out for just an instant, when everything goes still in a way that doesn't feel natural. In those moments I think about that clearing, the circle of light on the water, and the version of me that didn't leave. I think about the way it looked at me, like it recognized something I didn't, like it was trying to warn me or call me back. And I can't shake the feeling that I didn't escape it so much as step aside, that something else took my place there for a moment, long enough for time to catch on me and leave its mark. The last time I checked my reflection in a still surface, I kept my hands at my sides and watched its eyes. It blinked after me, just a fraction too late, and for a second I could swear it started to raise its hand on its own. I started up the ridge before the sun had cleared the low clouds. The light thin and gray like it had been strained through dirty glass. The ground was soft from last night's mist, perfect for reading sign, and I was in the habit of trusting what the earth told me. That morning it told me something I couldn't fit into any pattern I knew. The first tracks were ordinary enough. Deer, I thought at a glance. Split hooves, a decent-sized animal moving uphill with purpose. I followed without hurry, stepping where the slope offered rock or root, keeping my scent downwind out of habit more than necessity. I've hunted these mountains long enough to know when I'm working and when I'm just walking. That morning felt like work. The tracks ran straight for a while, cutting across the grain of the hill instead of angling toward water or bedding. That was the first small wrongness. Deer wander. They hesitate. They double back. These prints kept a line like they had somewhere to be. About 100 yards in, I stopped because the prints changed. At first, I thought the soil had shifted, that maybe the animal had stepped on a patch where the dirt was softer, making the impressions look stretched. I crouched and brushed the edge of one print with my glove. The shape wasn't stretched. It was longer. The split of the hoof was still there, but the ends of it had pressed deeper, as if the weight had shifted forward onto something that wasn't quite hoof anymore. I've seen injured animals change their gait, dragging a leg or favoring one side. This wasn't that. This was the foot itself changing the way it met the ground. I stayed there longer than I should have, tracing the next few prints with my eyes instead of my feet. Each one showed a little more length, a little less of that clean split. By the time I stood up again, the trail looked like something walking on the front halves of feet that were trying to become something else. I told myself it was mud. I told myself it was angle and shadow, and my eyes playing tricks in low light. Then I kept going, because that's what you do when you've already committed to a line. The climb got steeper, the kind that forces you to lean forward and use your hands now and then. Low clouds hung between the trees, drifting slow enough that they looked fixed until you watched them long enough. Sound carried strangely in it. My boots seemed louder than they should have been, and every time I paused, the quiet felt too complete, like it had been placed there. The tracks led me through a stand of laurel where the branches clawed at my sleeves. On the other side, they opened into a strip of bare ground where the soil had been disturbed recently. That's where I found the kill. I knew it was a kill before I saw the animal. The smell came first, iron, and something sour, not the clean, sharp scent you get from a fresh field dress. I slowed, raised my rifle a little higher, and let my eyes move before my feet did. The carcass lay on its side, half hidden by a fallen limb. It was a deer, or what was left of one. The body had been opened, but not in any way I recognized from predators I've seen. No clean entry at the belly, no tearing at the haunches first. The rib cage had been spread apart, not broken so much as pulled, the way you might open a door that sticks. I circled it wide, watching for movement in the brush. There were no tracks leading away from the carcass at first glance, which didn't make sense. Anything that feeds leaves sign, always. When I came around to the uphill side, I saw why. The tracks continued from the far side of the deer, but they weren't hooves anymore. They were longer, deeper, with impressions that suggested a heel and something like toes. Though the shape was wrong, stretched out and uneven, they walked away from the carcass on 2 lines instead of 4. I remember thinking very clearly that I should turn around. Not in a panicked way, just a simple, practical decision. I had enough information to know this wasn't a normal hunt. There's no rule that says you have to finish a track just because you started it, but I didn't turn around. I told myself I wanted to see where it went. I told myself it was some kind of deformity, some rare thing I'd be able to explain once I saw more of it. The truth is simpler. I didn't like not understanding something in woods. I thought I knew, so I stepped past the carcass and picked up the trail again. The gait was wrong for anything human. The stride was too long in places, too short in others, like whatever made those prints hadn't settled into a consistent way of moving yet. Sometimes the impressions dug deep at the front, as if it had leaned forward onto something that wasn't quite there. Other times the back of the print pressed harder, suggesting a heel that carried weight like ours. I moved slower now, every sense pulled tight. The woods around me felt different above that kill site, quieter in a way that wasn't natural. Even the birds seemed to be holding back, like they were waiting for something to pass. That's when I heard it in the canopy. It wasn't a clear sound, more like a rush, a displacement of air moving through leaves too quickly to track. I looked up on instinct, scanning branches, expecting to catch a squirrel or maybe a bird taking off. Instead, I saw a section of leaves shudder, and then another 10 yards over, as if something had crossed that distance in less time than it takes to blink. I froze, rifle coming up without me thinking about it. The movement stopped. The leaves settled. The quiet came back, heavier than before. I stayed like that, staring into the branches until my eyes watered. Nothing moved. Nothing showed itself. After a while, the strain in my shoulders forced me to lower the rifle a fraction. The trail on the ground hadn't stopped. It kept going uphill, weaving between rocks and roots, leading me deeper into the cloud cover. I should have taken the canopy movement as a warning. I didn't. I adjusted my grip and followed. The slope tightened into a narrow run between two outcrops, the kind of place animals use as a natural funnel. I recognized it immediately. I'd hunted this ridge from the other side years back. If you were driving game, this is where you'd expect it to come through. The tracks led straight into that run. I slowed to a near stop, placing each step carefully. The air felt colder there, the cloud thicker, reducing everything to a few yards of visibility. The ground underfoot was churned just enough to show recent passage, but not enough to tell me how long ago. Halfway through the run, I noticed something that made my stomach drop in a way I couldn't explain at the time. There were other prints, faint at first, almost lost in the disturbed soil. But once I saw them, I couldn't unsee them. They came from the sides, from the rocks and the thin strips of dirt along the edges, angling toward the center where I stood. They weren't as clear as the ones I'd been following, but they had the same wrong shape. Long, unsteady, not quite human, not anything else I knew. I turned in a slow circle, trying to make sense of it. The prints weren't just ahead of me anymore. They were around me. That's when it settled in. Not as a thought, but as a realization that felt physical. The trail I had been following wasn't just leading somewhere. It had been laid, every straight line, every lack of hesitation, every step that made it easy to read and easy to follow. It had brought me here into a place where movement was restricted, where visibility was low, where the ground told a different story if you looked at it from the right angle. I wasn't tracking it. It had been guiding me. The sound in the canopy came again, closer this time. A rush overhead that moved from behind me to somewhere ahead in less than a second. I swung the rifle up, trying to track something I couldn't see, and squeezed the trigger. The gun clicked. No recoil, no report, just a hollow, useless sound that didn't belong in that moment. I worked the action on instinct, hands moving faster than my thoughts. The casing ejected clean. I chambered another round and fired again. Another click. A cold, tight feeling wrapped around my chest. I don't carry a weapon I don't trust. I maintain my gear. I check it before I step into the woods. There was no reason for it to fail. Not twice. Not like that. The canopy above me shuddered, leaves thrashing in a line that circled the run. Not random movement. Directed. Fast enough that my eyes couldn't keep up. Only catch the disturbance as it passed. I stopped trying to aim. I started moving. I turned downhill, back the way I'd come, and ran. Not blindly, not crashing through brush, but fast enough that my footing became more guess than certainty. The narrow run funneled me back between the rocks, and for a moment I thought I might make it out without seeing anything. Then something crossed the opening ahead of me. I didn't see a body. I saw a shape that displaced the cloud, a darker absence moving from one side of the gap to the other, at a speed that didn't match anything I'd ever watched in these woods. It didn't slow. It didn't hesitate. It was there and then it wasn't, leaving the air behind it unsettled. I skidded to a stop, boots slipping in the soft soil. My rifle came up again, out of habit, even though I knew it wouldn't fire. I stood there, breathing hard, listening for anything that would tell me where it had gone. Nothing. No footstep, no branch snapping, just that heavy quiet again. I backed up a step, then another, keeping my eyes on the gap where it had crossed. The urge to turn and run full out was strong, but I forced myself to move with some control. Panic gets you hurt faster than anything else out there. Another rush in the canopy, this time directly above me. Leaves and small twigs shook loose and fell, tapping against my shoulders and the barrel of my rifle. I flinched despite myself and looked up. For a fraction of a second, I thought I saw it. Not clearly, not enough to describe in any detail that would make sense. Just a suggestion of length and angle where there shouldn't have been anything. A form that didn't align with the branches it moved through. Then it was gone again, and the branches settled as if nothing had passed. That was enough. I turned and ran, without trying to control it anymore. Downhill through the laurel, past the place where the deer lay, not stopping to look again. My breathing got loud in my ears, drowning out everything else, but underneath it I could still hear the occasional rush above, keeping pace in a way that made no sense. I don't know how long I ran. Long enough for the slope to ease, for the clouds to thin, for the familiar markers of lower ground to come back into view. A fallen log I'd stepped over on the way up. A split boulder that marked a turn in the old game trail. When I finally stopped, it wasn't because I felt safe. It was because my legs wouldn't carry me any farther at that pace. I stood there, bent over, hands on my knees, listening. The woods sounded normal again. Birds, wind through leaves, the distant trickle of water somewhere off to my left. No rushing in the canopy, no movement that didn't belong. I straightened slowly and turned in a full circle, scanning the trees. Nothing out of place, no sign that anything had followed me down. I walked the rest of the way out without raising my rifle again. When I reached my truck, I sat in the driver's seat for a long time before I started the engine, staring back at the line where the trees closed in. Later, when I cleaned the rifle, I couldn't find a fault. The firing pin was fine. The rounds were good. I put a casing in, worked the action, and it fired like it always had. I went back to that ridge once, weeks after, in full daylight with the sun high and the air clear. I didn't go far. I found the start of the trail where I'd first seen the deer prints, but there was nothing unusual left, just ordinary sign, ordinary ground, no hint of the path I'd followed. I didn't go up to the run between the rocks. I've hunted a lot of places since then, but I don't follow straight trails anymore. Not the ones that look too clean, too easy, too deliberate. In these mountains there are lines you can read, and lines that read you back. And the difference only shows itself when it's already too late.